めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた不正な胸味、 Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。 Let's go! レオンの絡む花、踊る影揺れるステップ、流されるままに、はにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動、探すほど見失い、溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。 Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて、消えてく人の波、預ける指先に儚く揺れる光、溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。失われた声、街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔、遠くになる瞳、曖昧な距離さえ甘くて、ほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて。溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。
Another day and another broadcast here for the Asia Pacific League. We're back down here again, Pengu, where we belong. It's APL time, baby. I hope you guys are all wearing your purple t-shirts because it's APL time and purple is the color here.
You're not wearing your purple t-shirt.
Damn it. I actually have a purple jacket in the other room. It's the Japan, like one of the Sakujan jackets, but I did forget it today. That's on me, but guess what? We have APAC North tomorrow, so I'll make sure to wear my Japan jacket for then. Today we have Asia. Yeah, good. Which one are you going to wear? Make sure we don't wear the same one.
You're going to find out on broadcast.
Okay. Well, of course, we have so many different regions here. Let's reflect on what happened yesterday, Peggy. It was another crazy day in Asia. I feel like the most surprising thing in Asia League has just been how unsurprising a lot of the results has been. Weibo, for example, they are just murdering everyone, and a lot of that is thanks to this one guy, Reeps. He has been unbelievable.
Yeah, he had two separate big clutches, 1v2 and 1v3 respectively for a 4K there. He was the playmaker, saving the round. But look at here, 21-4 is the current round count for Weibo. They have played 3 matches and they have lost 4 times.
That's silly.
Ridiculous.
Silly business. 7-1, 7-0, 7-3 are their results so far. Let's have a look at today. Of course, Weibo will be playing just like all the other 7 teams in the league. And let's be honest, it is not yet a one-horse race. It, in some days, has looked like it, but both Weibo and Daystar are currently undefeated. We thought it would be a bit of a game of a top 4, bottom 4. It's starting to feel a bit like a top 2 with just Daystar and Weibo. Those teams will play on the final playdate. Soul's Heart and Team Orchid were the other 2 teams we expected to be in that top 4, and we still do have a top 4 qualification for stage finals, but sadly the rest of the pack hasn't really lived up to the scruff. On the flip side of that, Daystar have very much been at the top of their game. Let's break them down here, Pengu. They're going up against Fury. These guys, like I said, undefeated. They've got their new player in Yao. We had a chat to Chance to him yesterday, and the team just looks so spick and span, so good.
No, it does. In the interview yesterday, you asked Yao, how did you end up joining this roster? Like, did you reach out to them? Did they just kind of reach out to you? And he just said, I'm a nobody. I don't know how they found me. They just kind of figured that out and ranked. And he said, oh my god, I'm so bad. I played terribly yesterday. But my teammate Asugi, who went 0-7, that's okay because he's the GOAT. I'm like, bro, you're so hard on yourself. But he's very humble. We just saw Yao there getting a floor bank from IQ onto Clash with a headset, by the way, literally winning them around off the get-go. They had a great time. They picked apart Soul's Heart and they made them work so hard for all those 3 rounds. They ended up winning against them. It was a 7-3, I'm gonna say clean sweep.
Yeah, very much. It was an insane result from them, especially for a game where we expected them to be pushed deep. They've now beaten Elevate, Orchid, and Soul's Heart. Of course, Orchid and Soul's Heart were the 2 best teams from Thailand, the 2 teams that we really expected to be fighting with Daystar and Weibo for that #1 spot to go to the EWC, but Daystar's now dealt with them both handily, as well as Elevate, who we perhaps thought might be a contender not to be. At the moment, nobody can seem to hold a candle to Daystar. Perhaps only Weibo can stop them, but Fury, on the flip side, their opponents for today will certainly give it their all regardless. Finally, a win on the board for these guys. Yesterday, 7-2 over HL Tori after a slow start against Soulsart and Saiken Company, but still very big shoes to fill for these new players ever in the shadow of that old Fury roster and what they achieved over many years with that previous team headed by Lycolis.
And only getting a victory over HL Tori, the current weakest team in this region of Asia, is not really good enough. I had higher expectations, I had higher hopes. We have some history at Labyrinth, coming to the game for the Xbox 1v1 now. Tournament that happened where he qualified for SI for the grand finals. They haven't really had the success that we wanted. They haven't had the individual moments, they haven't had the teamwork and coordination. And Fury, I think their biggest problem has been adaptation. If their enemy goes for a certain play style, they don't shift their own. They get kind of stuck with it rather than, no, keep him on the desk, come on. Oh, Beanie, not like this.
Oh man, I gotta say, when I used to have a cat, there's something about cats. Their 2 favorite places are on top of your laptop or desk, Matt, or on top of your chair. If you go up to go to the bathroom, you come back to your PC, they are always sitting on your chair. And there's a rule, Pengu, you're not allowed to move your cat. Once it's sitting down, you're not allowed to move it. So you have to sit on the floor. If that happens, you're sitting on the floor.
Better have 2 chairs. You know, one for the cat and then one for you, and the cat takes your chair. I know exactly what you mean, though. I had the exact same experience when I had my cat. We of course went to Manny when they had their victory yesterday, and he said that he's been with these boys for a little bit over a year now, give or take, and they're still kind of working through the same issues actually as when he first joined the roster as a coach. He said that sometimes those really old habits kind of bleed into their gameplay occasionally, and that's really been one of the big focus points, is nipping that in the butt when it happens, saying, guys, come on, we gotta be better than that.
Yeah, of course, Team Kiri was the former roster that Manny supported. These Fury boys ended up playing with Team Kiri for a very long time, especially with people like Peeps that now plays for Orchid. They played for a very long time, over a year together. So this, while a lot of people will think it's a new roster, in a way, it's kind of more like Team Kiri got picked up by Fury, and then Dark went and joined them. But of course, very much a roster that has been working their hardest to try and hang in Tier 1 level, as it is their final debut into Tier 1 in this year so far. And it's not been the best, but it's not the worst. Of course, we're going to be playing a BO1 here today, which means that between Daystar and Fury, we just need one map to go to. For Fury, they've played 3 different maps so far, Bank Cons and Labs. It looks like it's either Lair or Club, and it's Lair. Man,
Lair.
It's Lair League. APL is...
It really is.
Asia Pacific Lair, apparently.
It's a lot of Lair, but mind you, again, Daystar being one of those top 2 teams, that's the expectation at least. They've played Lair, and they've played Lair against Orchid and Soulsheart, meaning, again, they're saving some stats. They're playing one map, and they're getting very far in doing so. A 7-3 and a 7-3 victory so far. And they're looking to make it a third 7-3, I guess, here by taking Fury to the exact same map. I like this a lot from the side of Daystar. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, very much so. Clubhouse ban from Fury. They could have gone to it and would have had a lot of chance to look at Daystar's VOD from week 1, where they played against Elevate and beat them 7-4, but no, instead they decide just go to somewhere else where they've seen 2 VODs from Daystar play. That said, we already know Daystar are good on this map. Fury, realistically, what are their chances? Well, yeah, we've seen them have 1 win so far, but their game against Soulsheart, they got completely swept once they switched onto the attacking side, and their game against Psych and Company, so close, but no cigar, against a team that I think they would have expected that they had a decent shot at. This feels like a chance for Daystar to just say, look, we've had back-to-back tough games with Orchid and Soulsheart. This is where we just start to ride it out, and there's a very good chance that Daystar not only clears Fury here, but clears HL Tori and Psykin in their next 2 games and goes clean 6-0 into their final match of the group stage against Weibo.
And how exciting would that be? You know, that the way when Daystar having to really battle it out at the very end, because we don't know what's going to happen when these matches get scheduled, you know, before the stage begins. But Daystar Weibo, that deserved to be on the 7th play day, and it is on the 7th play day.
Very much so. It's time to load up into Lair. I hope Deimos is ready. Man, we have seen some deadly Deimos on Lair. It really is his home. And for Daystar, it's been their home for their last 2 matches. Fury thinks they can do better than both Soulsheart and Team Orchid, what their fellow Thai brothers could not achieve against this deadly Daystar roster. Let's see if they can put their money where their mouth is here tonight on Lair.
Yeah, Lair is the most played map, no surprise here. It really has been a lot of that. That and Chalet going hand in hand together. What's happening in the in-game chat? Oh, it's just good luck, have fun. Okay, nothing too spicy. Just had to full screen it to see that small text. What do we have here? Capital being banned away. Obviously a very strong power operator, where we often mention on basically every map in the game at this current moment, but rarely actually banned away. It feels like it's just kind of accepted by most teams that, hey, you can play it, we can play it, all is good in the world. Then Mira, of course, being target banned. Lair works a lot around the reinforced walls in the exterior. Mira is one of those few operators like Bandit and Kite that can kind of trick the walls, make it harder to breach them. You can put that Mira window, open it, and then impact trick or C4 through it, making it very dangerous, especially if you're a Thermite. And speaking of Bandit and Tubrow, they've left completely unbanned, which is super rare. It's a Sami and Ying following up, which means in the very first round, we are going to see a Bandit trick combined with the Tubrow freeze.
It creates a lot of work for Fury on this attacking side to do. Of course, Fury got the choice between Clubhouse and Lair, which means that Daystar chose to start on that defense. They can just play this a little bit more relaxed. It's Fury that have to do the bulk of the problem solving in these first couple of rounds. On the flip side, though, you said that, yeah, Bandit and Tubarao and Kaid have all been left in. Daystar didn't elect to ban any shields. So immediately we're having the tease from Labyrinth and Farlord. We may well see a double shield. We also might see Dokkaebi and Deimos. Might even see the Solid Snake. I mean, there's so between the shields, the Dokkaebi, Deimos, Solid Snake, Ying, there's already like a bajillion power operators, even before you get to more niche bans like the Capitao, which can be just as valuable. So for Daystar here, it's not just about banning away what you can't deal with, it's about being good at actually countering these shields.
Mentioned that Fury, one of the weaknesses is that they don't seem to adapt too well in the server. On paper, I feel like they failed to do so here as well. So if you have a Bandit Tubarao tricking the walls and you can't breach any of those because of it, the double shield shouldn't give you much value, right? The shield's all about you get the walls opened up and you can start pressuring the bomb side, you can start taking out map space. If you don't get the breach, you can take a little bit of map space, but you can't get into the bomb side itself usually to go for an execute. And to make it even more challenging, they're playing the Blitz and the Blackbeard, not the Monty, who could maybe extend and go for like one of those really deep kinds of pushes, as you can't really kill the Monty very easily, typically speaking. So it does feel like Fury could easily be locked out of this round before it even begins.
I personally would have loved to see a Maverick here for the main external wall, and you just get that as step one. Meanwhile, you get one of your... Yeah, I mean, a buck could certainly help. The thing is, with the buck, obviously, you take a lot of risk going downstairs. We already saw vertical angles open by Daystar to fight people downstairs. But it means that whether it's a Bandit actively juggling or even a Tubarao caster, you can just shoot it off with the buck. So it does make things faster. It's just risky. Maverick is pretty risk-free as long as you take control of Skybridge. Just takes a bit of time.
So they have this decision to make here. Ideally, you take the hallway control fully with the Blackbeard, push down, clear the top staircase with Rocket, and they can start grenading off those Bandit canisters and stop the trick. But as I said, that's risky. There's a crossfire established. They're holding on to the exact staircase that I just mentioned. They have C4, Toxic Babes, Shanga, and Tubarao Freeze. There's a Selma.
Oh, nice.
But they push the staircase. Beautifully done.
Well played by Labyrinth. Pika a little bit caught off guard there, thinking that it was free for him to go and shoot that Selma off the wall. Far too expensive a Selma when it cost him his life. Daystar forced back. This is a good opening from Fury. It also comes with it a lot of map control. The deployable shield from Seal also taken down. Souffle had placed that for Seal to play on just inside of Mask, but no, he's now forced back because of it. Very exposed now, Daystar.
No more frag grenades here from Farlord on the BB, so can't clear Tubarao's corner playing by that closed wall. But likewise, they can't clear the Bandit battery, so again, they're gonna be stuck in these hallways, forced to take a fight against fire and the smoking defenders.
Genuinely, Souffle's Tachanka here might just openly win the round here. If he can keep him at bay. Never mind, he's been pushed on. Well played from Farlord, and Dark Damon joins the fray. It's Seal up against 5 players, and he has got 2 shields up in his face. What a ripper of a start for Fury.
You give them one small bit of map control and they will take the whole damn round. It was probably the only gap that Daystar had. They only had a single player playing on that Rocket main staircase, and he got distracted, right? The Selma charge went out. He gave up the staircase flank control to shoot the Selma. The Blitz pushed and got the kill. That's where you gotta put 2 guns helping each other, one covering and one denying the Selma, and then you just lock down that position because they had Fury in a complete lock. There was no way they could breach the walls. There was only 2 ways in, the hallway or the staircase. And they found that opening. It was Labyrinth actually just pushing up with the Blitz shield, getting that opening pick, and with that effectively the whole round. It just snowballed. Yeah, it was Labyrinth.
Yeah, I love to see it.
Beautiful.
And look, you never know. Maybe Fury, after their first win, have a bit of fire, but in the past, Nick, we've seen Fury struggle more on their attack than their defenses. I would not have expected this level of competency in the very first round out of Fury. It's the first time I've seen Daystar look reasonably pressed. Obviously, we're only 1 round deep, but like I said, I really thought coming into this stage, it was going to be a top 4, bottom 4, maybe elevators on the edge and sneaking into the top 4. But after our first 3 play days, it has decisively looked like it's a top 2 and then a somewhat contested mid-pack featuring Orchid and Soul's Heart and probably nobody else, and then a bottom 4. But Fury, if they can take a fight to Daystar here, that really does recontextualize everything we thought we knew about Asia.
When speaking to Yao yesterday during the Daystar winning interview, he mentioned that they prepared the matchup for the enemy's playstyle. So if they notice that their enemy tends to be very slow to get to the late stage of a round, you know, getting to the bomb site, they'll just play denial, they'll play time waste, and they'll just go for a direct counter. Maybe they think that Fury, they're gonna be stuck at problem solving the walls and the breaches and the electrification. That's why they're now back-to-back playing these kinds of wall denial operators. But it's Souffle with aggressive push, getting a nasty kill onto Dark. That's Deimos as well. Not the soul roam clear, you still got the blitz of course, but losing your shield is gonna significantly slow you down, which further helps Daystar with the Goyo, with the smoke, and of course the electric claws on those hatches of walls.
The thing about going down in the basement is you have so much more map to play with, so much more ability to deny and peel back, shoot drones, maybe get a kill, fall back. You don't have to overcommit here. And then that, of course, just wastes so much time. Pika is still upstairs. Pika had an unbelievable game the other day. I think, what, 14 kills or something like that? I think that was last night. He was popping the hell off, hard carrying the team, the OG of the roster as well. Him and Souffle being on this team since, I'm going to say since 2020 when they were called 7th Heaven.
Okay.
Someone fact-check me on that. That was a long time ago. I remember when I first heard about this team. They were called 7th Heaven. They had another name for a little while as well. The very first time we had APAC North League, back when EML first started, it was called EUL at the time.
Yeah.
You were still playing back in the day. Oh, Pika's still playing right now. He's certainly not screwing around today. Big kill, and the roam is still very much alive. Fury look completely stalled out.
Yep. Again, it goes from bad to worse. Losing your Deimos, then your vertical operator, the wing conditions, winkling every second that goes by. They're the toxic babes. They got 3 solar cannons to slow down the round. They got 2 C4s. They got the Goyo fire as well. Here goes push, shot down by Asuki. The blitz is in, no more. They just labyrinth in a 1v5.
Look, mate, you tried. You really did, but it's not going to happen. Phenomenal hold there from Daystar. Simple as it gets. Just a nice loosey-goosey bit of a roam there from Pika and the rest of the team holding their positions on the bomb site. That's a real confidence booster after a pretty pitiful first round. They're very much back on top of it.
Very good. So it's been, a bit of kind of a funny start to a game, right? A flawless for one team, a flawless for a second. They just a complete flip of the switch. But of course, that's basement. It's going to play a lot more around, the full map control for Fury. Whereas when they attack the top floor or tertiary bomb set eventually, it's going to be a little bit more linear. They can just go for one floor at a time. They're playing much closer together. Because just losing Dark, that aggro swing there, it changes everything. They lost so much of their wing condition, their information gathering, and losing the Deimos. So Asuka off to a great start already, sitting on 2 kills in the first 2 rounds. He had a bit of a slow day yesterday.
Back to the top floor, though, and Daystar are changing their tack completely. You mentioned it right after that bans phase as we open up the game, Pengu. It was all about Bandit, Tubarao, and to be fair, they did keep every wall closed, more or less, except for that ops wall, which you kind of are happy to sacrifice anyway. They fortified the bomb site, but it didn't matter because the double shield brute force its way in. This time, Daystar say, all right, look, we liked Pika on the Solus. He can play make, he can feed info to the team, he can be a little bit more loose. I like that. It can also be a great way to contest any roamers downstairs, find any pre-placed drones. We like the stall from the smoke, but aside from that, let's go ham on the traps. Let's go Ella, Thorn, and most of all, let's bring that clash to stop these shields dead in their tracks.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, the shields, they were the big pushing power previously, and the simplest solution here, traps and clash, yep, have fun. The great thing about Smoke and Tashanga is like the plant denial. But when you're taking the gunfights, you can't sit there with your gadget out and slowing down the round and trying to use a little bit of smoke or fire, because they can just sprint through it, technically speaking. the Clash, the Thorn, the Ella. Bit of a different story. So keen if the opening kill. I think it's so vital here. If any attacker goes down, it's significant loss for Fury. Either they're losing the flank watch, heavy utility, they're pushing the shield, or the glass, the verticality of Bach. Every single attacker has a very important role to do, and only that particular operator can do that role.
That's the danger of a very fragile operator lineup. Daystar are happy to play quite aggressively, trade a 1-for-1 early on. They don't really mind if they lose an operator that is expendable, if they manage to take something like the Glaz or the Blackbeard down with them. And here comes a potential flank. Wow, Ooh. This is so cheeky from Pika. Gridlock was recently buffed, so it takes a little bit more damage. Surely you can still knife them, can't you? It should still be a one hit with a knife. No, I think he successfully knifed them. And that means he's going to be able to go for a flank. Oh, no. He misses his shots against Damon, but still wins on the repeak. Wow. Confidence there, not even taking cover. Now the ace has gone down, and Fury cannot realistically turn around and hunt Pika. They have to push their guns forward. Firelord goes in, gets Yao. Wow. No shield and no trade. Eventually, Souffle does get his teammate, but Daystar have well literally weathered the storm on this assault onto the bomb site. It's only Roldini down below. They know exactly where he is. With the Clash still alive, this is, dare I say, physically impossible to be won. Nice shot onto Pika. 1v3 now, 30 seconds.
Do what you can. He's got 2 flashbangs. The problem here is going to be the Clash, right? Slowing him down, exposing his location. That's the final flashbang. They can all see him. He's going to have to be forced into this triple crossfire. He should just be as good as dead.
Indeed, he is. At the end of the day, there's not much that you can do executing into a bomb site against 3 players, and it feels like there's not a lot you can do when you rely on your Gridlock for your flank watch, and then Pika finds a kill. I mean, there's so many little things that went wrong there for Fury, which on the flip side is things that went right for Daystar. Pika is just another beast, man. I'm loving seeing this excited, keen Pika. I'm gonna do a little bit of a stalk. I want to see the first. You want to guess when was the first time that Pika, like, what's the first recorded match from Pika on Wikipedia? Guess.
Like the date for it?
Yeah, like the year at least. I'm gonna go played matches tab. I'm gonna scroll all the way down.
Wait, could you tell me Pika's age, just to give me like an idea?
He's 25 years old, born in 2001.
Oh, okay, 25. So let's say 20. Let's go like 2019.
You are dead right. It's January 27th, 2019. He played for a team called Team Nobody. I did not know about him then. Yeah, he played on like the National League and the Raleigh Major qualifier. That's a funny one.
What?
That's crazy. Okay. Back in the Raleigh Major days, he played in the Southeast Asia qualifier, which I ended up casting the APAC qualifier, but I guess his team didn't make it quite that deep. I think that was the first time I heard of Maypew, by the way. It was the Thai team. I think they were called Xavier at the time, yeah. But in the end, the first time that we saw Pika's foray into Tier 1, it was, like I said, it was APAC North 2020 in June 2020 with Electrify, which was called 7th Heaven before they were called Electrify. And yeah, that team eventually became 7th Heaven, and then eventually became Direwolves, and then at one point switched into being Daystar. What a long career it's been for players like Pika and Souffle. They really have been mainstays of the APAC region for a damn long time now.
That's exciting. Such an experienced player. It's the funny thing is, often with APL, unless you're like a big APL fan, you know, you watch it, you're from the region, etc. If you're like an international fan, you'll typically only hear about the APL players who are qualifying for international tournaments, and then you'll have like a team, I don't know, Scars, you know, make their first international, they make a bit of a decent run, and you, oh my god, this is a new player, that's so cool, I'm a fan now. Then you realize they've been playing pro for like 5 years, 4 years in APL, and they're not a new player at all. You just haven't heard about them.
Yeah.
That was back when I was a player, obviously. We often scrimmed, you know, Rengu, your Fnatic, the mainstays of APL back then. And then you'd have a team like Mantis FPS, you know, that became Cloud9, Sandbox. They were like newcomers back in the day, and we'd be like, oh, who are you guys? And you'd kind of find out by scrimming them at their first international tournament. But before then, because we didn't follow the region very closely online, we also as players didn't know too much about those individuals. So it's super nice to see when a new team qualifies international ground for that exact reason. They get like proper integrated into our ecosystem.
Absolutely. I think we get so much attention for North America and Europe, especially just because we've had professional broadcasts in that region for longer than we've had in APAC. But wow, I mean, this is just professional as it gets. From Daystar, they've just obliterated everyone
Asuki, man.
so early on into the round. Not a lot of contest from Fury other than desperately trying to take map control. Now Dark wants to try and refrag. But no, he's going to go for a breach first. Good move. Farlord supports. Chances of Farlord winning this fight are very slim. He should surely get swung. He could have potentially flashed there and gone for the kill. Just be careful, those impact grenades are deadly.
Yes, the right read.
There's a three-way crossfire onto his position. Oh, and yeah, the Warden, as you said. Pierce straight through the smoke, takes him down. Damon 1v5.
Good luck, have fun. We've seen this one before. Different player, didn't work out back then, and I don't think it will now either. But can he get an exit frag? Nope, he cannot. I was gonna say Yao and Asuki swapping positions, but Yao finds 2 kills in this one, both the Blitz and the final player. He's now sitting on a good little bit of 2 kills. But it's Asuki who's fired up with the DMR, is getting another pick, another one, and another one. He's sitting on 6 or 7 kills now, I believe. Doing quite well for himself. And attack timeout from Fury.
What does Manny have to say? Fury looked so good at the start of this game. So much energy in the first couple of rounds, but it's really tapered off severely in the last couple. What do they need to change? Like, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah.
First attack onto that top floor was surprisingly impressive with the double shields. Since then, I feel like the adaptation's been too good from Daystar.
Yeah, it feels like Daystar has now shifted their game plan, and Fury is still stuck in their old ways, if you will. How they attacked the top floor the first time, you know, they found that small gap with the Blitz, they got the staircase control, they win the round, beautiful. They also win every single gunfight, by the way. The second time around, they had the Buck downstairs, but the Buck wasn't really doing the verticality kind of with the defender that they were fighting up above with the Blackbeard and the Gridlock. For the top floor attack, that is. So it just feels like Fury a little bit disjointed, not exactly on the same page. When you have like a step 1, step 2, step 3, and you're going for a very like horizontal linear approach, everyone's working together. But when you're doing like a Buck downstairs and a shield player above them, the step 1 for the Buck is a different timing than the step 1 for the shield player. Because the Buck has to like drone for himself, hold his own flank. There's a lot more moving parts and risk involved. Whereas the Muncie or the Blitz or the Blackbeard, whatever shield it is, can just keep walking forward, where the teammates behind him will do the droning, the flank watching, etc. So I want to see Fury now, if they're going for these like plays happening in multiple areas of the map, that they are ready together. This previous round that we see, it wasn't really an issue of alignment and strategy. It was just losing individual gunfights. We saw Asuki just holding a DMR pixel angle, taking down the Solid Snake. That just happens. It's still an FPS game, despite being very strategic. So I don't think the previous round was too much of a problem. So let's keep our eyes peeled here. If they're going to go for a multitude of an attacking approach, attacking from different areas, can they synchronize together using Farlord for information on the Muncie and get a bit of pushing power, while the other guns behind him or around that Muncie can work together, synchronized?
Well, they have 2 last chances. And like you say, that Monty, very different kettle of fish to the Blackbeard or the Blitz. Gives Fury so much more info. I like the Twitch pick here from Dark as well. I really want to see him use that to find those Vulcan canisters. Oh no, has he DC? No. Oh well. Regardless of whether the Twitch is active or not, the floor. Oh yeah, that's unlucky.
Careful.
Regardless of whether the Twitch is active or not, the Flores can also be used to clear a lot of the util, namely the barbed wire and the Vulcan canisters. But with Fury being a little bit slow, you don't want to leave those Goyos up until the late round. Also don't want to leave the Roamers up until the late round because of the Vert, as we just saw from Souffle.
round a lot more tricky than just simply playing around the Monty. So they gotta try and fight for an exposed individual here from Daystar, and that could be the roamer upstairs. But we're seeing all the silhouettes. There's no presence on the floor above the bombs. It's a fully linear attack from Fury, all in Garage, just walking slowly forward, and then walking into the Vert, into the C4. They go your canister. There's gonna be a lot of trouble here, and Seal just land a shot between the door frame and the Monty.
Guy.
Despite all that cover, he still found his head.
Bit of a tilter for Damon there. Roldini is just outside the building watching rotates. Labyrinth the same. Not a single rifle in the building here for Fury. It's just the Monty all alone after Damon has fallen. Unfortunate that Dark disconnected, but you can't hide behind that excuse. This round has not been enough progress for Fury. Here finally we see the fire subside from Souffle. It gives Labyrinth away in the building. Him and Roldini are going to have to land some gnarly shots. They're being patient, waiting for someone to peek, but as we've said, Daystar so experienced, they are not going to give up ground. Oh, and Souffle on the vert can easily just spring into action. Quick impact grenade, shoot him from above. Now Labyrinth is the last one, as Farlord trades himself out with Pika. 15 seconds, another 1v3 that looks pretty solidly unwinnable. No diffuser. Daystar sitting in their positions on the other side of the bomb site. And unfortunately for Labyrinth, he's not going to win this one. There's going to be one last chance for Fury to find a round on the half, as they're currently letting it slip away 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like we keep going back to such a strong first opening round for Fury, where they looked like they had the Daystar all figured out, and since then, they have just had a struggle in the server, losing opening players, not being aligned, maybe not having the right operators to go for counter plays necessarily, and Fury also haven't really been doing anything like super fancy niche differently, but they also aren't doing the hardcore default attacks either. They're kind of in this in-between awkward stage of, we're doing something that's a little bit unusual, but not necessarily in a positive way. Because they're not getting their win conditions, they're not getting opening kills, they're not getting adequate map control, and they're not finding any ways to break apart Daystar's setup. They're gonna go back to top 4 attack. They should be very familiar with this, very comfortable, and they just gotta figure out how are we going to do it. Step 1, we need to breach all the walls that we would like to breach, starting with the exterior and then getting internal after. Secondly, are we going for kills? Are we going for a plant? And then pick the operators that get you to that position. I think having one shot operator, phenomenal choice if they do that. Getting some bit of information, whether it's going to be Dokkaebi, Demos, or Solid Snake, also solid choice. And then just work it nice and steady. Be very cautious here. There's going to be solids downstairs. If you're droning on soft floor, you can die. If you're not watching your flank, you can get flanked. And just have that checklist in the back of their head and make sure that you're following that checklist, saying, check, we got that covered, check, we got that covered. And eventually, you'll get either to a round victory or to a round loss, obviously. But if you're checking all those boxes, it should be a win.
I keep thinking back to what Speakeasy was saying in his interview yesterday. Do you remember what he said? He said there are 3 ways of playing Siege right now.
Yeah.
He said there's the way that we did it, where you really abuse the traps, and you can obviously counter that on the attacking side by banning traps, or you can lean into it on defense by banning the trap counters like Twitch and Brava. And he didn't really go into the other philosophies, but it's just so interesting when you hear the best players and the greatest minds in the region talk about the different philosophies of Siege. It starts to make me think more about how all these other teams are trying to play the game. I'm sure that everyone's looking at Weibo and thinking, how can we play like them? But sometimes I do wonder if they're
players.
It's true, yeah. They don't have their players, don't have the experience. You don't have Reaps to win a 1v4 every round. But it does make me wonder, what can these teams learn from the best in the region?
I mean, you always talk about, you know, what you said, the adopters, the early finders, and the, you know, the refiners, the different kind of team styles that you have. I would love to see more teams find their own way of doing it.
Labyrinth, here we go. Oh, Labyrinth!
So huge, and he stays alive.
Unreal! And he tries to go for a little bit more, gets down on his way out, and then finished off by Seal. Good crossfire from Seal. I'm surprised he managed to get that. He must have been peeking quite aggressively into the mezzanine. He's lucky he didn't expose himself. That has made it winnable here for Daystar, but Dark is certainly trying to put a stop to that. It's a bit of a duel here. The Blackbeard eventually wins it as Dark comes in to support the DMR. And Seal cannot finish it off for Daystar. Big reprisal for Dark. And for Fury, a second round on the board.
A 2-4 half here for Fury. You might think to yourself, that's actually just about good enough for the expectations, but how they won both of their attacking rounds was simply one player, a Labyrinth, sprinting up a staircase, getting 1 or 2 kills with the Blitz, and opening up the whole round for Fury. So we gotta see a big switch up going from their attacking side to the defensive. Daystar, because they started defense, they've been kind of warming up the aim and the brain. They're in a prime position now to start very hot on their attacks. We've seen the operator bands, the Bandit, and the Kaid, so Daystar can break through those walls and not be slowed down too much. And Fury targeting execution in the Ying and the Grim. That's the blitz play right here. And
Love
he
that.
almost gets a third as well. Bonk.
Yeah, genuinely impressed by Fury in that final round, and overall it kind of shows that if you look holistically at that half, Nick, I feel like the 2 rounds that were won by Fury were both on the back of big shield plays. So that is their strength, right? Even if they're struggling to go through the checkbox, even if they're struggling with an active defense from Daystar, if they just crunch the shields a little bit, they can find rounds. And a 2-4 is not irredeemable here.
Seeing an Asami slug shotgun. I don't know the name of it actually. You're like a weapon name guy. What is Asami shotgun called, James?
Asami shotgun, that is the...
5 seconds left.
I was going to say TCSG,
Yeah.
but that's the other slug. It's
That's the other one.
FO...
It's almost never
Not
played.
the FO12, that's Ella's shotgun.
Yeah, yeah. We'll think
Oh,
about it.
damn, this is
But
killing me. That's gonna
It's
get
quite
to me.
rare that we see it. Yeah, it's got 31 bullets. It does have a bit of a slow fire rate, but it has, you know, pretty good destruction for rotations, big magazine. And if you want to fight these angles and just like the pixels and fighting long range, it's how you get an ACOG as well. So it's quite smart
exactly.
from Labyrinth. Let's see if it pays off. I don't know the damage it does on the top of my mind, but I feel like it's a little bit lower than other DMRs. Damon, though, it's a Garrett Star runout, I suppose.
It's ACS12, our producer Sky just put it in the
is
chat.
ACS12.
That is
Yeah.
100% right.
That is for sure right.
And yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of the worst slug shotgun. It also has even though it's technically automatic, you can hold down left click and it will fire over and over.
All right.
But the downside is that it has a capped fire rate, which is slower than a lot of semi-automatic weapons. So you actually can't spam it as fast as a DMR.
54 is quite nice. Farlow has the same idea. Different area. Gets tossed on out. It's gonna
Good damage.
just get tanked by Yao and the Blackbeard. I mean, you could honestly open that mirror window, just double impact the Blackbeard now, and he will just die. The mirror window has been opened up. No impacts tossed just yet. And also, mind you, one tap here from Labyrinth DMR or Stock Shotgun might just get the injury onto Yao's Blackbeard as well. So they're really respecting it, walking a lot further back into that ops room, and not taking any of these fights. I mean, that mirror window is practically a one-way angle. It's quite strong.
Yeah, very cool. I like the setup. It's thrown a little spanner in the works here for Daystar for sure. As I think if you're not going to ban the Azama, you better bring some util to clear it. Oh, nice angle there from Dark as well. Pika caught off guard. And Dark finds another one, follows it up onto Azuki. That breach as well is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Seal, who's still limping after getting caught in a thorn trap, and Yao, low HP. After that C4, the last two left. Seal is just waiting for Damon to peek him. Was that him breathing deep after finally getting over the limping effect? I think it was. I thought that was you for a sec, Nick.
I mean, they're so stuck. This is like Fury's attack for a second, right? You're stuck in the hallways, 2 versus 5. Utility. You can smoke it, you can come in bathroom, but they're waiting for you. In the hallway, in the double door, good crossfire, shot on the first and the second.
Wow.
The Damon, more like Demon, getting what, 4 kills in the round.
Hey, don't discredit that. That's a flawless round to kick things off on the defensive side. We said that we said that Fury looked better on defense than they did on attack. That was certainly the case in their Souls Heart game at the start of the stage. They're looking like they're finding a little bit more comfort here. And if that is anything to go by, then maybe we might be on here.
Now, Daystar, they've played this map twice already, so they will have some VODs against them, which will, of course, benefit Fury. The benefit of going to this map is they're hiding strats, they're hiding their map video for the games in the future. The downside is you're going to be running out of your strats going on layer. You're going to be showing everything at this point.
Yeah.
So, are you going to be adapting on the fly and doing stuff that's not on paper? Are you going to do something on paper that Fury's already seen and maybe prepared for? That's the big question. And we always talk about how, you know, top floor and basement, they have a couple of ways of attacking, but that tertiary bomb site really only have 2 ways of doing it. It's the sand, smoke, shield, direct plant, or you're taking top floor vertically speaking. So Daystar are going to run out of different approaches as time progresses. For now, it's going to be Amaru picks up with the blitz and the glass. But the bomb site's basement. The Amaru's gonna do what this round? Maybe it's entry fracking, maybe? Flying in a window?
What? Alright.
I don't know.
Hold the thought here. Hold the phone. I thought maybe you'd use it to get in up top quickly so that you can take quick map control, but they don't have any vert operators. Unless if they plan on doing that with the shotgun from
Well, they would have gone in already. They're going the first floor, not top floor, so they're not going to go in above.
What is this?
Maybe they're going to utilize one of those like really weird windows like we see right above Asuki here.
What if the idea is that they can drop into site quickly, but then go back up again? Oh no, they're going to Amaru across onto the ground floor from across the gap. This is a good air jab here. This is cheeky here from Souffle. Straight into the middle of the building! No. What a beautiful way to clear that blue stairs position! Souffle's gone for 2, make it a third! 1 bullet in the magazine! It is a dream for the Amaru and for Souffle. Such a show! What a treat!
He hit the real animation cancel 1 tap to keep 1 in the chamber, but the rest of the team, they've fallen apart. The blitz died, the glass, the push got stopped. After such a huge entry upstairs, everybody else thought the round is over. We can play a bit more loose. But you could have Souffle do verticality. You could use the lion scans. You could slow down the rounds to utilize the smokes with the glass. They sped up. It's still winnable. Damon on the Echo is quite low on health. Labyrinth does have the slug shotgun though. There's a bit of vert. with Pika sneaking on in.
Gotta reload.
Oh, I'm still getting over that crazy moment from Souffle. Into the 2v2 with no diffuser, though, is a very different story from the hype that we had after that big 3K. He might have to ace up. Not a single round of Dockery from either of these teams, by the way, so far.
I think he's in the corner, but he's not. He's left it quite some time ago. So the grenades and flashbangs are wasted. They only have one flash to work with now, and because they're on two separate floors, of course, with Souffle being above the bomb site, they can't trade each other out currently. The Yokai is being moved around for information gain. They hear it, they see it, and they shut it down. But they don't have the case. They cannot plant despite having a great bomb site position. They're forced to go for kills.
Labyrinth, though, is not the perfect operator to try and fight these back when it comes to taking multiple gunfights, because he's got that ACS-12 with the lower fire rate. A lot of damage, though, and a good ACOG. He misses his chance and then gets obliterated by the DMR. Pika to follow up. It's a full house for the two OGs. And a beautiful round for Daystar to reclaim their advantage.
Whew, all right. That was certainly a round of Rainbow Six Siege and a very creative use of the Amaru that we've not really seen before in Lair. And what I loved about it wasn't that they kind of like just full send it, hoping that, oh my god, this is gonna work. They paired it with a flashbang and an air jab. So they're flashing the player at the bottom of the staircase and air jabbing. If they stick around, they'll get stunned.
Reloading.
If they fall back, they're gonna get Amaru'd from behind while they're still partially blinded. And the big thing about the flashbang is it takes away your sound cue. So the smoke had no audio on that Amaru gadget right next to them. That's why it worked out so beautifully. And then, I mean, Souffles are styling on them. The second and third kill are just absolutely disgusting.
Third kill with the one bullet. He was mid-reload.
Yeah.
He reload cancelled, right? With the one bullet left?
He did.
That is insane.
That's exactly.
The one bullet reload cancel headshot is rare enough, let alone to cap off a 3K after a play like that.
If only this was a major, there was going to be Fresh's bingo card. Usually he has that bullet reload cancel kill.
Reloading.
At least one of those majors he did. I feel like we haven't had a bingo card the last couple of events.
Might have to revive that for EWC, I think, Nick.
I quite enjoyed the bingo card.
I
Also,
love
the
that.
classic play every operator. We've actually done that at the majority of events. But
Really?
with Doc and Rook losing the ACOG, there's been more exceptions than before.
Yeah, also the
because you just
T-Bird.
never see Doc or Rook.
Wasn't there a T-Bird at one of the recent events? I swear I remember seeing one.
Yeah, I believe so. I think T-Bird was played once or twice, and Cavera and stuff as well, fused during the Salt Lake City
Of course,
Major, for
Cav's going to get
example.
played. Cav is a legit operator, unlike Thunderbird and Doc and Rook.
Okay. Slander is crazy. Thunderbird literally counters Dokumi, by the way. In terms of like the damage that you take. But no one's doing it yet. Everyone's talking. Okay, not everyone. One guy, Harambe, is talking about it, but no one's actually doing it.
Two guys. You are talking about it as well. Hey, nice nitro cell there. Was there info on that one from Damon? I wonder.
Or Valcam, I guess.
Just audio? Could have been a Valcam. Oh, yeah, there's one in office, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have, perfect. In ops as well.
A little pre-fire.
Nitro comes out. He's getting a little bit too close for comfort. In comes Azuki. Great shot from him. Man, after we talked about how he was 0-7 yesterday, I think 1-8 at the end of the game, he has fired up today. Another one for Azuki. Top fragging for the team, even caught up to Souffle. He's carving Fury a new one and gunning for that match point. Fury took a real gamble here, going to the least played bomb site on Lair. It's weapon maintenance, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. I only just realized we've gone to the quaternary bomb site, and Souffle has now made it a 4v1 for Paul Roldini, who immediately goes down. It's double digits for Azuki and match point for Daystar.
The side doesn't matter when you're having an entry player like that. You're playing Ace, the Heartbreacher, Azuki is playing TDM right now, walking in, taking names, and not losing a single gunfight in the round. That's Daystar turning it up to 11, it feels like, individually speaking. Fury, they're the ones challenged, right? Early C4 downstairs, and then Daystar don't even clear the Valcam. They were getting yellow pinged the entire time, juking the future C4s, winning the gunfights, despite their location being known. Pretty disgusting, to be honest. Operator bans Mira and Deimos. I don't feel like we've seen a ton of either, but there of course has been that top floor hold the mirror earlier where Labyrinth had a one-way angle. And when you're Daystar, you've banned Kaid, you've banned the Bandit. Now you ban like the final sort of wall denier that might make it problematic to get those breaches opened up. So I like it. They're tripling down. And as long as they're hitting these shots, they will be flying in the future rounds as well.
There's a bit of frustration on Labyrinth's face there for Fury. 3-6 is a sadly familiar scoreline for these Thai boys.
Yeah.
Bit overexcited after that first round of defense. Flawless to start the second half. Yay, we're not down 2-4 anymore, but then they lose the next 2 in a row. And we see match point coming up for Daystar. I just can't get over how much better Daystar look. Remember, last year, obviously, a bit back and forth with Daystar. We weren't really sure where we stood. Some good moments, some bad moments. But coming into the SI, obviously, we were really talking about 2 teams from Asia for a lot of last year. And it wasn't Daystar. It was actually Weibo and Elevate, the Brazilian Elevate roster. Daystar kind of were considered an upset when they ended up stealing that spot away from Elevate in the Asia Grand Finals end of last year. Then they made it to 6 Invitational through the last chance qualifier, which they were also not my favorites to do. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot of good stuff out of the CNL teams. Like, I think it was 4AM was the one that went the deepest. Even Soulsheart I thought would go well at the SI quals. Daystar took that spot, and then they actually do better than Elevate at the 6 Invitational itself. They managed to beat Elevate outright, and they got a map off of a strong foreign team as well. Can't remember which one it was. But Salt Lake City was a disappointment for them. It's nice to see that with this roster change, Bin in the bin, and Yao to the forefront. It's nice to see that these guys are really looking like a genuinely good team.
I guess the only thing left remaining is going to be about consistency. Looking good yesterday, today, maybe next week. That's half the story. How good are you a month from now in future events, future qualifiers, in BO3s when the map veto system and longevity matters a lot more than best of ones? That is going to be where the most important aspect is going to be. For now, though, Asugi's just in there again. We're in the bathroom too. Yao in trouble, gets injured. No help, no support. Asufi gets killed elsewhere.
Keen for a second one. Doesn't need to overpeak this, however. And Peak has also lost his duel to Roldini. Now Fury can sit back and relax for a bit. There's surely no way Seal wins this fight. He does get a bit of support, the concussion, but Farlord with that shotgun, it's a double for him. Daystar rely on just their top fragger of Souffle now in a 1v4, and I just don't think it's going to happen.
Pad the stats though, get a couple of kills. The issue is if he jumps in this window, he will land in a crossfire. Shotgun to his left, a lace on the ground. He's gonna tank it all, get one, not the second. Follow the shotgun is too good in that location. If Fury get another round on the board, slowly getting to a more comfortable spot, slowly working towards overtime. But all Daystar they need is that one round, that one clutch, that one opening, and they will just steal this entire game.
Yeah, Daystar don't need to fret. They got 2 more chances before it hits OT. Got to get it eventually, but of course the bomb sites will keep on moving around. Daystar clearly not massively, Fury clearly not massively confident in their bomb sites because Pengu, yes, they've just won a second defense, but guess what? It's the exact same bomb site where they won the first one. It's that top floor. They looked very shaky on basement of lab support. To be fair, that was after Daystar had a real huge play and also then pushed in and won a 2v2. But furthermore, Fury not confident to go to the tertiary bomb site. They went to armory and weapon maintenance instead of the tertiary bomb site prior. This is tertiary though, if I'm not wrong. My eyes do not deceive me. Indeed. I always forget the name of this bomb site. It's Bunk's Briefing, isn't it?
Bunks? Yes, it is. That's the one.
That's it.
The good old Bunks bomb site. It's funny because if we've seen this bomb site 1,000 times, it's like 995 they happen on the A bomb site. And, you know, beneath the verticality, trying to avoid the Solus, the Warden, etc. The B bomb site gets no love. 0. Like, you'll breach the wall, maybe you'll go for a backstep attempt, but you'll never plant in there.
It's too exposed, man. I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair, you could
yes.
technically, where this rotate hole is right here, and that keeper barrier, you could plant right there if you wanted. The problem is you're just vulnerable to the vert above.
Yeah.
So very rarely you're going to get a chance to do that. You could always try and plant behind a Monty, which we see people do on the A bomb site door. No reason you couldn't do that at the B breach. You just have more angles to worry about, I guess.
It's just harder than the other one, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, it's more effort,
What?
more risk. What did I just witness? Hello?
You witnessed Damon finding his 4th opening kill of the half, is what you witnessed. How is it that he only has 6 kills? 4 of them have been opening kills for Fury, and all 4 of them have been in this second half on defense?
Hey, we all have our specialties, you know? He is the opening king kind of guy, but after that, that's it. That's
all he's got.
specialty.
All he's got.
That's all he's got, but to be fair, if I could have a player on my team that gets the opening pick half the rounds in the entire game, but that's all he's gonna do, that's not half bad, assuming the other 4 players get a couple of kills and some openings of their own. Then it's a pretty nasty scoreline. Then you put the guy like a shield on attack and he's just like getting people inside the building. We got a winning formula.
Hell yeah. Teach a man to drone as well, and you basically got the goat.
Nah, that's never happening.
Oh, I like that.
Players droning? Nah.
Never happens. I like that impact, by the way, from Dark. Obviously, he could have shot it off, but it was quicker and safer to go for the impact, especially because he wouldn't have had to reload afterwards. He could always take the fight, and he was vulnerable because his wall next to him was soft, not reinforced.
As my friend would say.
Azuki chucks some more pellets on.
There's a downside to this. It's one more angle working against you. Unless Dark overswings it, which is a bit unnecessary. Both Yao and Azuki very low on health. The defenders very
nice.
stalking corners. And there, down goes one. Forcing the drop there from Dark on Solus, going down the hatch.
Yeah, good play from Dark there. As soon as his teammate died, he said, "I'm sorry, man. It's too late for you. It's not too late for me," and he gets out of there. Damon also falls back a little bit. The right choice, but the problem is there's a lot of time on the board here for Daystar to execute. Big Nitro. Oh, wow!
Wait, what?
The Blackbeard somehow manages to dodge it. Yao, low HP. Got to be careful. A shot to the foot and he's finished off, but oh, Labyrinth, you get completely outplayed. You cannot afford to turn your back on a Blackbeard, especially when you don't have much ammo left in the primary to take the fight. That was a big mistake. Yao punishes it. Fury desperate now, want to go for a retake. It's Dark on the main stairs, Damon below him. But Daystar have this bomb site on lock. The only thing going for Fury is that time is ticking away, 15 seconds, and Daystar still are not in position to plant that diffuser. In fact, where is the goddamn diffuser? They don't have it in their possession. They might have to go for kills here. Who's got the defuse? They go in, Damon and Farlord find one apiece. They're going to have to go for kills, and they cannot do so! Where is the diffuser? Daystar! What is going on? Fury have just stolen around.
When Damon got the kill on the Garrett softwall, he killed Thermite, the Heartbreacher. By default, they get the case unless somebody manually picks it up. So surely it was on the ground, on the basement portion of the map. A whole floor beneath the bomb site on the outside of the building. And no one realized it because nobody spawned next to Thermite. Attack timeout called now from Daystar. They need to just conjure up one round. And honestly, James, I think they just had the run round that they needed. But a very small mistake that we rarely see. No control over the case.
Yeah, you absolutely said it. Like, that round was Daystar's. That round, if they have diffuser, they win 98% of the time. Unless you're going up against Reaps and Turdstar, that's probably a solid round, right? You're probably done and dusted there. We move on. GG. Weibo versus Soul's Heart up next. But no, instead, Fury have a lifeline. Much needed one. When they played Soul's Heart, they only got 3 rounds. Hell, they played Psych and Company. They only got 5 rounds on Consulate. Their first win in the league in Stage 1 was against HL Torre yesterday, but they have taken that and revived themselves into this match today. They were down in such a deficit in the first half, 4-1. They managed to push that to a 2-4 deficit. They've been down 6-3, and now they're on the verge of pushing overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Oh boy. And the classic clash gets brought into action. It's, you know, even when you're in like unmatched point as a winning team or losing team, you always start picking these like one-off cheese operators, and Clash is like the #1 on defense, I would say. I'm trying to look here if we see. We don't see the K silhouette anywhere here on the third final kill cam. It must have been outside the garage wall because it's not like in front on the first four from the point of view that we just witnessed. And I don't know, man, but that's a bummer. That is such a bummer.
It's hard because
It was a great push upstairs. They lost over. There's a 4v5 attack.
Yeah.
And they were struggling getting top one control, but they did it. And did a great job at it too.
It's hard because like, what do you talk about in that tactical timeout? Hey guys, amazing round. Just like get that diffuser next time. There's not much to talk about for 60 seconds there. No point dwelling on what just happened. You need to move on to this next round. Knowing, with all likelihood, it's probably going to be back down to the basement. Probably can't get away with that Amaru play again. So what is the play this time around? Well, Yao's on the Solid Snake. That tells me it's going to be about map control. Seal is on the Ram. That tells me it's going to be about verticality. Oh, we actually have info on where that diffuser was last round. We might get a chance to see it here on the replay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was literally the opening kill! It was literally that run out spawn peak. They never went and got it.
Huge.
That is devastating.
That is one way to lose the round of Siege. But I mean, with the Amaru clutch earlier, you win some. With the case being lost, you lose some. I think that's kind of balance in the universe, if you will. Daystar have pretty good kind of default lineup here. They got verticality, they got information. They also have a think out without a shield, and that's quite unusual. Could be that they just wanted like a set of frag grenades, and then with that to get a bit of a healing gadget for some chip damage that might come through. But either way, quite rare to see it. You can also, fun fact, tank an Elamine and the finger boots that actually kind of cleanse the debuff. It's same for flashbangs. If you flash your teammate and finger then stims them, the flashbang effect kind of just vanishes like a Warden or, you know, a Yinkandela. If you're Yinkers yourself, you don't get flashed anymore. And it reduces the duration of future effects while that buff lasts. So it could be low-key like a counter to your LA if you're pushing, but still very unusual about the shield being paired with it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe just for the traps. Hard to say. The thing I'm worried about here for Daystar is that this Echo is in play, and a lot of the other util that Fury have brought to the table is about time delay. Echo loves when that clock whittles down. I really feel like Daystar, having not picked the Dokkaebi a single round this game, if they had known there was an Echo in play, probably could have benefited from that Dokkaebi pick. Out comes the fire. It looks like Daystar are about to make their entry. Yao takes down that first Yokai drone, and Souffle's found 2 kills. There is another Yokai, and it does get into sight and start denying that plant. But so, wait, it missed?
What?
Damon! You were the savior for last round, but now Fury needs you more than ever. He misses his opportunity, and now it must be a big retake. Azuki has gone nuclear! Roldini, 1v3. It was a valiant effort, but Daystar will dominate again. A 7-5 win, and flawless they remain. 4 games straight, 2 weeks into APL.
Beautiful. For a small second there, you got a bit nervous at the side of Daystar. Fury a lot stronger on their defensive half than their attacks. That's been their big weakness. Consistency across both sides, rather, to get those numbers on the board. But Daystar, mind you, they played Blair 3 playdays in a row now. They're running out of strats maybe. They gotta get a bit more fancy in the server, adapting on their own, or they gotta go on the paper, which might be countered by their enemy. But they've set themselves up long term. They can now show future maps against stronger enemies, like Weibo Gaming, for example, and hiding maps, of course, for the BO3s come stage finals.
Yeah.
So long term, Daystar stonks. They're only gonna go up.
Very much so. Daystar are paying dividends today, as they have been all of stage 1 so far. That was the kill from Souffle. That was the double. Man, love to see it. And it just looks like another day in the office. Barely a reaction out of these Daystar players as they finally close the game. It's 7-5. Man, what a day for Azuki after getting rinsed a little bit yesterday. Or it was 1-7 or 1-8, I think, in the match. He's now really redeemed himself. 13 kills. Souffle looking phenomenal as well. Almost a 3.0 KD, and doing it in style with that Amaru. It's a great showing from Daystar, but I can't deny it was also a great showing from Fury.
It was. It did feel a little bit more like Daystar were like hero play reliant. They had a few more, big clutch moments with one individual player, a 3K from Souffle, a 4K from Azuki, finding some really big opening picks that were kind of changing the course of the round. Fury had good teamwork, generally speaking. On defense, they were just lacking that same thing, of course. On the attacks, it was Labyrinth and Blitz having to force the opening kill. Without him, I think Fury would have not gotten a single attack around.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Fury, overall, I like what we saw from you today. I like that you lead into the shields, but for Daystar, it's perfect so far. We have a chance to talk to somebody new from Daystar today. It's Eclipse. Welcome on in, Eclipse.
Hello.
Firstly,
Hello.
congratulations on your win today. And I wanted to ask you, because this is our first time talking to you, at least from my memory, maybe you can introduce yourself and your role on the team and how you helped them win today.
So I joined this team last year, and mostly I do is for some strats and do some prep work before the game, and just help out the team as much as I can.
Great.
Okay. Speaking of strats, you guys have played Lair 3 times now in a row. Are you running out of strats? Are you gonna just keep making new ones? Because you have only played 2 maps in 4 games. What's the plan?
On Lair, we don't just make new strats for every game. We just we just watch opponents' VOD and see how they play, and we just do a little change and adjustment to apply their play style and how they play, so we can counter them easily.
We saw one crazy strat in this game with the Amaru. Was that your idea? Can you tell us about that idea?
Yeah, so that was my idea, and because we just saw there's only one person in the site, so we just, okay, we're gonna cook him up, and we just go inside and kill them.
Very cool. I love it. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your win. Good luck for the rest of your games, and I hope that you have a chance to make it to the Esports World Cup.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Eclipse.
Bye-bye.
What a lovely, smiley lad. That was a very enjoyable little interview there. And it's nice when we get
We got the right man.
We really did. It's nice when we get a chance not just to talk to the players, not just a chance to talk to the characters, not even the coaches, but the assistant coaches, the people who are actually there cooking up those strats before the team is playing them.
Yeah, it was perfect because, again, like, they're playing the same map 3 times, understand their philosophy of like why they do it, how they do it, because some users burn through the entire strat book, some will go in adapting on the fly. He said that we'll just make small adaptations based on our expectations for the enemy and just kind of go for small counter plays. And then they also said that they cooked up that Amaru play specifically for this matchup, so super excited.
Yeah, really cool. Love to see that. Daystar remain undefeated. You know who else is undefeated, Pengu? It's Weibo. It's Weibo. That's right. Dead on. It's Weibo. They're taking on Soulsheart coming up next.
Obviously a team that's less experienced than EP. I think it's cool that me and Relays now have the opportunity to like kind of bring our experience and show new players what it's like to like compete at the top level. These guys are all my friends in this Chiefs team. It's a fun experience playing with these new guys and just like kind of a new chapter. So I'm very excited to compete with these guys, to be honest, because I think that they have a lot of potential and all they need is time now. The Sydney regional final was also a big memorable experience. We didn't play the best, just having the home crowd, my dad watching, all my friends were even appeared there as well. And also like after they watched like my 1v4 on border was crazy. Also having that rival experience against us and Chiefs was fun. Obviously we lost, but those regional lands was definitely my favorite for sure, because there was wins, there's losses, but it was just all fun. I honestly don't think it's much different playing against like a local rival. I think we're all built with this mentality that it doesn't really matter who we're versing, it's about our performance. I would say the result was cool, just having that rivalry between us and seeing us compete at like a local LAN, which has not really been done much in Australia, so it was really cool. Being in an event that kind of has oceanic like community, being involved like playing against them and watching them play as well. During Sydney and Melbourne, I was always on this side where I could support Chiefs. So it's also cool having this like kind of experience of being like a fan again. So sick that we even got to experience that, being in an environment where I get to support them and them compete for a spot as well. I think the relationship between us and EP at the moment, there's obviously a rivalry. Right now it's kind of in a spot where we're both competing for a spot in terms of the major, but definitely like our system in terms of OS is like in a system where we've built it so that we kind of have to support them in terms of our growth as well. So if they were to make the major, I would also be supporting them. I do want to see them succeed, so it's cool to have another team winning as well. This year with Chiefs, I really want the inexperienced players in our team to know like how things can get serious and what it would take to win and be the best team in Australia. So I think the end goal is definitely to make an event and really compete with other teams. All we need is like time and effort, and I think we can do great things.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! レオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこ
And welcome back to the APL. It's time for game number 2 here in Asia League, Pengu. First game of the day really just solidified for us that Daystar, very much the real deal. Fury, all right, they're finding their feet. Nice, it took them a whole week to do so, but Daystar on the flip side, they remain undefeated, and they look like maybe, just maybe, they can hold a candle to Weibo.
Maybe. You know, just maybe. I still am more sold on Weibo Gaming. I gotta say that the GOATs, of course, but they have an opponent, Soul's Heart. That's been a big talking point for us as well. How good can they actually be? They've been looking a little bit hot, a little bit cold, but so far they have more wins than losses, and I think that says a lot. The story yesterday was, could they have their first ever 3-0 start ever in the history of this organization? And sadly, Daystar said, no, they cannot, because they had a 3-7 loss just yesterday to that Daystar roster.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing one for Soul's Heart. The expectations, they mount, they get bigger and bigger. 7-3 over Fury, 7-1 over HL Tari, and then as soon as they get a proper hard game, no, in the bin. Unfortunately, they could not get it done against Daystar. It was on this map of Lair. We saw it yesterday. Daystar looking phenomenal as always. As are Soul's Heart's practice setup, man, I love seeing it. One of the few teams here in Asia that actually plays in the LAN-like setup where you get all 5 PCs next to each other in the team house, if you will. I love to see that. Of course, they are about to get tested harder than they have been tested so far up against Weibo. Now, they did get a chance to play Weibo in kickoff in the upper bracket semi-final after they beat Daystar, Pengu, but they lost that game. Let's talk about Weibo now, who have played 3 games and only lost 4 rounds. That is one of the most unreal stats, but these guys are the king of Asia for a very good reason, and the reason is they own the place. They walk around, they strut in the streets. Nobody can keep pace with them in the server, despite the roster change, despite going up against formidable opponents like Team Orchid. It looks like Weibo may just be better than ever.
Yeah, that was going to be the big question for us, right? With minus Ape plus Gotti, will this be a weaker, equally good, or maybe even a stronger Weibo? So far, the ceiling, it looks like it might be a little bit higher. We had the players talking to Speak Easy a couple of times about that exact change, and he said, Gotti just fit the playstyle that we really were looking for. A very support-oriented player who doesn't have any like bad devs in the server. And Gotti has just been the man of the hour every single game, it feels like. Together, of course, with Reeps, who's been the staff fragger. Yeah,
it's so nice to see Gotti finding a home on this team after, unfortunately, the demise of his old PSG talent team up in APAC North with his fellow Koreans. Then he had a little stint in CNL, and now he's down here in Asia, and it just feels like he's fit like a glove. It couldn't be any better than this. Weibo looking great, and of course Ape was a phenomenal player. He served the team very well, but as Speakeasy said in the interview yesterday, I think we just wanted someone that we could rely on to never die and give up their life, never make that mistake. A rock, a foundational member of this team that gave the rest of us the freedom to do what we needed to do. That's exactly what Gotti is. Watch him today and you'll almost never see him give up his life without a very good reason. Let's find our map though here in the series. Of course, we've seen Weibo play it twice already, and they're the ones who actually ban it. Interesting. They leave it. They do not leave it open. It's border. Man, this is going to be fun. This is going to be pure chaos, and a map that we haven't seen either of these teams play as of yet in Stage 1.
Soul's Heart want to take Weibo to border. They're like the most frag-heavy team in this entire region, and one of the maybe the most frag-heavy team in all of APL. With EP perhaps tying them up for that title. This is gonna be a bloodbath, James. It's gonna be sweaty. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be chaotic.
Yeah, I do wonder though if it'll be the hardest map for Gotti to fill in those shoes of being that rock, that support player, because there is nowhere safe on border as a defender or an attacker. You really have to embrace the chaos, just like we saw Team Secret do in the 6 Invitational, like we've seen so many other teams do in the past when they lean into that fraggy, loose play style. But it's 2 of the GOATs here in Asia League going head-to-head. It's the Thai roster of Soul's Heart Esports going up against our beautiful mixed, not just Asia roster, but entire APAC roster with representatives from Asia, from China, from APAC North, and even from down under in New Zealand. That is Weibo Game, the ultimate APL mixed roster with a little bit of a sprinkle of a Brazilian coach in the mix as well. They look to remain undefeated here against Soul's Heart.
Solid snake ban, huh? I mean, Border is a very small map. It's a similar fashion to Chalet. Now, Weibo, they've been doing some very annoying things in recent history. They've been banning an operator like the Mute, and then playing every operator that Mute would normally counter, like your Deimos, your Solid Snake, your Dokkaebi, etc. It makes a ton of sense here that Deimos and Solid Snake both get removed from action. But then comes the other conversation that we need to have, right? You're leaving open all the shields, leaving open the Munty in particular, where Speakeasy has been phenomenal at elucidizing, especially in yesterday's match. He was just right-clicking enemies, getting kills, and almost no counterplay available. The fact that he's hovering the Osa right now is quite interesting. Of course, he can't take a re-pick off of it, but we do know that Osa actually has a decent pick rate here on Border, most notably to go for an Archives direct plant, putting down the Osa shield, planting behind it. But it's great for taking Easter's control as well, and holding that long hallway, watching over the 9 to rotate, security, and of course double doors of PC. And it's almost no real re-picks coming through. It's Icon Striker, Twitch onto Brava, and they're sticking the rest.
It's strange.
Got to DMR.
I feel like back... Yeah, got to DMR. DMR for a check. All right, yeah, all good. The Osa pick is very strange there from Speakeasy, or Osa pick, as our Croatian observer Medics always reminds us. It's actually Osa, not Osa.
How Milos would say it.
Yeah, probably. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Oh,
so, banger. Thank you, Hermione. This is the only thing that really differentiates Osa from the other shield operators. Is the fact you can put those shields down, obviously. Back in the day, Osa was the only shield where you could actually have a rifle, but these days with the Blackbeard rework, it's not so much the case.
Nades.
Yeah, of course, the nades as well. In a way, are very similar to Blackbeard, but the value on Border is putting it outside on the balconies, like the Archives or East Stairs balcony, so you can actually fight, have these favored gunfights from outside the building, which is what Speakeasy's doing right now.
You know, Osa could very simply be what... Sorry, Osa could have been the Blackbeard... No, sorry, Blackbeard... No, how do I say this? You could have
Osa could have been the Blackbeard rework. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, one like that, exactly. Because it feels very similar to each other. Of course, like small mechanical differences, but more or less the same. The fighting happens, and so far, Weibo are losing the fight, actually, when it's members alive.
Oh, hello! Let's get the I9 highlight reel. He went off! A few choice words from him as well. A lot of energy from our good friend I9. Napew goes pew pew, and Soul's Heart have ripped the band-aid right off.
All right, I see big smiles from I9 as well, who's wearing a cloak today.
Is that a cloak or a blanket?
All right, that's a cloak right there, dude. Or a blanket one is a cloak. I like it. It's giving more aura as well.
Yeah. Do you want to know how warm it is right now? I assume these guys are playing in Bangkok. They're in Thailand somewhere. You want to know how warm it is up there? Because we always see them in like short sleeves and short pants. He's wearing a blanket. It's 29 degrees right now.
Yeah, but I was going to say, the downside of having air conditioning, which they probably have, is you're sitting still with, cold air that's moving around, constantly affecting you. I'm one of those players where I get super chill, and my fingers start to feel like they're frozen, and you just feel very sluggish. I'm like I9. Give me a blanket, give me a cloak, give me a hoodie. That's where I feel my most comfortable. And it's always tricky when you have 5 players and a coach, 6 or 7 people, an analyst as well. You gotta agree on the temperature. Are we gonna make it this degree or that degree? And it's never gonna be everybody agreeing to one. It's gonna be somebody goes, oh, it's too warm. Ah, it's too cold. And you will fight over that thermostat all week long.
Well, Google tells me that at the moment in Bangkok, Thailand, there is a warning 36 minutes ago for excessive heat, as it is a 35-degree day.
Reload!
It's cooled down to 27 now, but that's still bloody warm. So credit to I9 for committing to the bit. The aircon must be serving them well. Yeah, sure hope there's good aircon, especially with all those PCs in that room and all those sweaty esports players getting their game on.
Buck, it's a clash. It is gonna be a tough push to make work here, Third Staff. And you like to play solo, but you need help. And thankfully, you got it right behind you. You got a teammate. But Scappa is actually holding his ground. He's not gonna fall back. He's gonna stay fighting.
I love that. Look at the commitment here from Soul's Heart to continue taking the fight to Weibo, but Reeves tries to nullify that. put a little bit of pressure back on them. However, Mr. Punch gets active. Hoven does find the opening kill. Immediately traded on back again. I9! He's buttery smooth! 6 kills before he's finally traded. A triple kill, 2 rounds in a row. Gotti and Speakeasy, the 2 backline players for Weibo to pick up the pieces.
They're having a super hard time finding the entries. I mean, most enemies up against Weibo, they're falling back and surrendering map control. Soul's Heart, they're sticking to it. Like we saw, Scap and I9 were pushing into Turtsta, into Reaps. They wanted the fight to happen in Armory and not give up anything for free. And then they got the backline. Mark, Mr. Punch, DCH, all playing the util game. C4s vertically to Shanghai for plant denial. It's almost playing like a 3+2 strat, not leaving anybody on their own to just die for nothing. They're tanking the calls right now, but they can't be called later. So Mr. Punch can't see the camera, so takes 40 damage. DCH might suffer the same thing. Looks like he's gonna be popped. Yep, tanking 40 as well.
This is awkward though. Speakeasy, but he does finish off DCH. That Nitro Cell is going to go down without a lot of impact, is it? Mark and Mr. Punch, you got to be careful. This is very losable. Good damage onto Gotti. As the 2 remaining players from Weibo look to line up together. Mark is in a real terrible position right now. Both him and Mr. Punch extremely exposed. Mark looks to reposition, but Mr. Punch finds Gotti. Speakeasy quick to trade, but the good repositioning from Mark wins out the round in the 1v1. An explosive start from I9. The rest of Soul's Heart to close.
Okay, so if Weibo Gaming go down with 1 more round, it's gonna be a tag timeout most likely. We've seen them actually call for them very early. Mind you, Weibo have lost 4 rounds in 3 games so far. This is gonna be, you know, how they're calling now. Actually,
Tag timeout, 0-2
more round. I was really thinking maybe when they lose the 0-3, but they're gonna catch this as early as humanly possible. Reeves, give your heads up to go ahead. He's got some talking to do.
This is almost exactly what happened yesterday. 2-1 down against Team Orchid. Weibo take their tactical timeout. Reeps gives his headset over to Gohan, and Gohan says, all right, everybody, listen up. Weibo win 6 of the next 7 rounds after that.
Oh my. Now, every single time that Gohan has joined the boys here on the microphone, it has been a very quick switch up. You know, they change their performance, they start winning a lot more, whether it's about taking things more serious, whether it's things in the operators. Speakeasy told us in yesterday's interview that when Gohan had the tag timeout, he just said, play the Monty and play around it. And that's all he said that he was giving info-wise, and that's all they started doing, and they started winning. So this is Border though. A Monty is not going to be probably as important as on other maps. Still very strong, don't get me wrong, especially in the hands of Speakeasy. But it's been an issue with the entries and winning gunfights and getting picked apart specifically by I9. So they got to try and shut him down. And with Solosec and Demos both target banned away, they have less power-ups to really isolate that one member. Because imagine you had Demos. You can say, I9, I'm gonna track you, not once, not twice, but 3 times. You're either gonna fall away and give me my map control, or you're gonna die in a gunfight. But they can't do it. It was removed by Soul's Heart.
10 seconds to go.
Well, Weibo should have been banking on this playstyle. When you ban the Azami and the Mirror, that's reducing the number of heavily fortified positions you can play on the defense. If you don't have hard positions to play, you gotta swing. You gotta get aggro. So no surprises here from Soul's Heart. 1 more round before we get another mini tag timeout where the coaches can talk during the operator ban phase. That Twitch drone already from Terz has gotten a lot of value in 2 Vulcan cameras. It was likely also going to get that bulletproof camera. He'll go in with his 2nd Twitch drone immediately. You clear out a lot of util on the site, and it just leaves it so exposed for the late round.
Just waiting here to see where Speakeasy will go. He's outside the building, just droning and gathering a bit of information. It's gonna be Monty getting the intel. Again, a lot more difficult to kill. Gotta watch out for the pulse C4 below.
Good info.
It's actually going droning first, I guess. So he's droning while he can, because once Monty's in the building, you gotta keep moving, I guess. So he's doing that first. His teammates can save their drones. The call goes out towards the Ella. Again, targeting I9.
Good move. He answers his phone,
He
though.
answered it.
So he can
Oh.
get spammed here twice more by Gotti. He will likely get
Speed's
spammed
in the
in a
building.
moment. Weibo is so slow this round.
Yeah, but Speedy's in costumes and, you know, attacking main stairs as well, so he's making his way up. And with that, Reeves follows him and gets a kill.
Here we
and
go.
Tursa catches the flank.
A lot of waiting, a lot of patience here from Weibo, but eventually when they make their incision, it is precise and it is decisive. Mr. Punch 1v5. The Lion locks him in place. Spots out the Monty. Speakeasy takes the fight. Wow, that's ambitious from Speakeasy. But Hoven there from outside the main door. No overt celebration, but a smile does creep onto Speakeasy's face as Weibo are on the scoreboard. About damn time.
Now, there's a big conversation here to be had. Should they have played the Monty right now on the 3rd round, or should they have saved it for after the operator ban selection here? Because if you ban the Monty and remove that new win condition, they're back to what happened before the tactical timeout happened from Gohan. So I'm very curious from Soul's Heart. Are they going to stick with an original plan, maybe ban out something else like a Doki be a Lion, or are they going to counter Monty, who was only played for a single round? That's the price that you pay. Weibo get on the board, they escape the 0-3, but they lose the Monty immediately after and have to find plan B.
I think it's fine. I think you lose that Monty, it's not the end of the world. I think what's most... Okay, Monty Crutch. I still remember 2018. I'm never going to forgive you for the way that you crushed the hell out of Monty. In that grand final, 0-2 down. We didn't have operator bans then. If we had operator bans, Canadian would have another hammer.
Back then, Monty wasn't seen as a crutch. He was seen as a who the hell plays this operator kind of dude, you know?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was talking to the guy that pioneered the meta. My bad.
You know who started playing Monty on Bank, which I didn't? It was actually
Mint?
EG.
Oh,
And
really?
They were shaken. They were shaken because I remember it was... No, wait, I got it wrong. Wait, we played it. But it was Fabian. Fabian, oh yeah, Fabian played the Monty. It's top floor CEO attack.
I remember
He's
it.
a 1v1 against Necrox and Jaeger.
remember
and
it.
Necrox misses every single bullet.
remember.
While Fabian just right clicks and kills him. So it was a skill diff.
Well, what's this some scat man?
Wait, Scatman, are we...
Oh, they're baiting him
good?
out
Are we...
for DCH to
Yeah,
take
they
the
are.
fight. That's weird. Okay, interesting. Doubling down on the ACOGs. Look, what I was going to say about the Monty is I feel like, sure, if you get one and done round out of it, and then that's it, it's gone, it's okay, because I think the most important thing was that Weibo won that specific round. Don't go down 0-3, don't fumble your tactical timeout. Throw everything you've got to get on the board,
Yeah.
and then even if the Monty gets banned, it's fine. You've got a million other things you can deal with. Plus, now you know that the Ella is banned, which gives your other shield operators a lot more power. You really don't want to be playing the Blitz or the Blackbeard against an Ella. You're so much more vulnerable than as the Monty. Hoven, though, punishing DCH, good kill. Taking control of CCTV as well, very early in the round.
They also keep the Dogaby and the Lion on top of it, so they do kind of change the pace from a safe, sheltered Monty push to a I'm a Blitz, I'm a Lion, we're gonna go fight you everywhere on the map. That also means that Thorn gets even more important to be picked up now, which it has been by I9, to kind of replace the Ela in some sort of sense. They reset the round with Speaky.
He's in.
Bomb site.
What's the plan?
Is he gonna plant here?
Very winnable. No, he actually decides it's not plan time. Out comes I9 to throw a Razor Bloom to try and deny the plan. Doesn't work. The vert from down below, is that able to get the Nitro Cell? Mr. Punch misses. No, he gets the injure, but it's just
He injures him.
after Speakeasy confirms that plan. Not quite enough there for Soul's Heart to save the round. Had that Nitro Cell killed Speakeasy before the plant went down, I think this might even be a Soul's Heart round. But because of that millisecond of timing in favor of Speakeasy, Soul's Heart will surely be picked apart in the post-plant. Coverage from outside every damn window, every damn balcony. Weibo should have this locked up.
Just watching their angles. Gotti again, not even overextending on the window swing, just stays in the corner. Again, plays it smartly. Reeves says, I'm not smart, I'm just gonna walk on in, get the kill myself. I'm way better in the server than my opponent. It's again Gotti, the safe backline, versus Reeves, the crazy entry. Stark contrast.
Yeah. And Speakeasy, that man who will get in the building. He has no fear when he's playing the shields. And he knows the win conditions. He knows it's all about getting that diffuser planted. Again, so close there from Soul's Heart to get that plant denial. A little bit too slow, however. I expect we'll see either a Blackbeard or the Blitz pretty much every round here from Speakeasy.
Attackers need to locate
And so Soul's Heart, lacking the Ella, need to think about what we're going to bring. And honestly, after Speakeasy's interview and all of the trap bans they did against, was it Orchid on Chalet, I would just be running more traps. Like, look, Smoke and Goyo are great, but they're not really traps. They're just area denial and time denial. I would be going crazier on the traps. I mean, honestly,
I wouldn't hate a Legion, low-key.
Yeah, Legion is a great pick. I think the Thorn is a no-brainer. Genuinely, some spots on this bomb site or map that I think a Frost is worthwhile. Yeah, I think there's so much value from pretty much every single trap operator, even maybe a Capcan. Why not? Just do it. Anything to slow them down.
I like the Aruni, which they brought last round, but the only problem is you get 3 Aruni laser gates, and Border has just a lot of map to work with, you know? Do you put them security window, or door, or break room, or armory, or
I just think they get burnt too fast, and then you're never going to be in a position to re-enable them. So I feel like Aruni is bad value unless you really want the DMR.
Yeah, unless you know exactly where they're going to be attacking from, which you don't usually, right? It does feel like a bit of a low-value target of an operator. He's here, quite low in health now. One more DMR shot will take him to the floor or into the grave. That's all because of Reap's angle here on break room. And it's going to limit how aggressive he can get inside of security, which is going to be the main talking point for the beginning of this round, it looks like. Speakeasy, of course, still outside the building. When he enters with that Blackbeard, that's likely where the main push will happen, when his other team is attacking from elsewhere, going for backstabs and sidesteps.
The Lion here is so impactful as well. Wow, great shot from Mark, teaming up with I9 to take down that very troublesome Blackbeard. Tursta, though, he takes down DCH. So he traded a Thorn for a Blackbeard. Tursta has been allowed to get all the way deep, however, and that is going to force the rest of Soul's Heart back. They've essentially lost control of most of the top floor here. They're probably not going to be able to fight onto map control for much longer, especially with I9. Low HP, Scatman decides to tank the damage from the phone call on the Clash. Probably a wise move.
Oh, small detail here. If you're Clash with the shield up, you actually take less explosive damage because of the shield's explosive resistance. So look at his health bar.
Really?
That's not 40 damage. That's like 20 or so. So the explosive resistance works with Clash, which means tanking the phone call is even better than the operator.
Interesting. Oh my god, Reaps!
Oh, yikes.
The spray transfer quickly sets Mr. Punch down to 1 HP. He's still alive, but I9 and Mark have fallen to Hoven. Scatman needs to get active. The Lion continues pinging out these players as the Dockerby, Mr. Punch has no choice but to answer his phone. And now it comes down to a spam. Hoven through the wall. And Weibo, another round. They seem to be untouchable. 3 rounds straight since Gohan's tactical timeout.
Yep, it's the same classic case of, hey, we gotta get the coach involved, he'll tell us what to do, and he does exactly that. Super efficient tag timeout, and of course all the boys on Weibo's side listening and adapting with the call. But just to go into further detail, so you know when you're playing the any shield operator on attack and a C4 gets tossed your way, you can survive it. Same with the impact grenades, any explosive damage. The Dokkaebi call, despite the phone being in your pocket behind the shield, the shield still blocks you for whatever reason from the explosive damage itself, regardless of where you're looking. If Clash put the shield down and then takes damage, or put the shield on their back and then the explosion goes up, you will take the full 40. But if the shield is in your hands, extended, looking somewhere and covering yourself, you will take, I'm not sure if it's 50% less, whatever it is. I think it's 50%.
I don't get the logic in that, because the idea is that
it's
like
a spaghetti code, I think.
It's spaghetti code.
I think so,
I
because
love
logically, the explosion is like, if a C4 lands behind the Monty, he will die.
Exactly.
The shield isn't blocking.
Exactly.
I think it's like a spaghetti code for that reason, where it's like you're probably not,
because the shield is in theory in his pocket, so like the shield isn't protecting you from that damage, right? So it shouldn't give you explosive resistance. Maybe that's just an unintended feature of how it works, and obviously they could modify that. You could probably call that a bug fix, not necessarily a bug, but just a unintentional feature, kind of like bandit juggling, never intended to be the case, but an unintended.
It's almost like whether you want it to be a thing or not, because you know, if you think like Clash count exactly, it's 20 damage point of difference, right?
I think you just need to nerf Dokkaebi.
You could nerf her. I mean, honestly, the biggest likelihood of a change in general would be that the call does less damage, or you get less often, and you can spam them back to back to back.
I think there needs to just be a bigger cooldown. Or,
Try again?
something like that.
Nice.
We'll see.
But yeah, if you ever want to nerf the Clash, that could be a way to do it. Very minor, only impacted by Dokkaebi, of course. The flashbang going out. Do you push this though? No, just gonna summon the wall instead. But it gets spotted regardless, so a bit of waste utility. Doesn't get the full value.
Last round of the half here. Soul's Heart fumble this. I feel like, I hate to say it, but I feel like that's almost Weibo winning this game. Yes, it's border. Yes, we expect the attack to look good. But, man, 4 in a row after the attack timeout. If I'm Soul's Heart, I'm going to be so unsealed. And the phone kills Mark. Beautiful work from the Dokkaebi of Turdster. However, DCA is still active, finds one before he falls back into the hallway upstairs. In fact, he finds a second one. That's the Dokkaebi. Top of these stairs. Weibo now on the ropes.
The grenade came out, so you couldn't answer the phone to sprint away, but got shot in the back by Dimar, and therefore the phone injured him, and the finally leave after the explosion, then finished him off and killed him. Very unfortunate. That's why a lot of players just tanked the call to begin with and just stay mobile in the server. C4 went out. Speaky's low in health, and
nice.
I9 so good today. Quiet for a few rounds, now fired up with 8 kills.
And look at the way he's hunting for another one as well. Hoven also has been anything but quiet today. 9 kills, keen to hit double digits. But I9 is hunting him. He's not holding back, and he knows that this player is very much distracted. I9 for his 9th kill of the game. And Soul's Heart indeed are able to tie up the half, 3 rounds apiece. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. There just seems to be some little magic about those Gohan tactical timeouts. That said, it looks like Soul's Heart have done what their fellow countrymen on Team Orchid could not, and they have broken that momentum. But there's immediately a reset of that momentum here at the side swap. Soul's Heart now on the attacking side, and look at that, an Elaban of their own.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just how lethal Weibo they were on the entries on the 3 rounds that they won. This is Border. You have no choice but to match that kind of playstyle of getting in the fighting, forcing map control, and taking down some defenders with you. The big difference, though, is Soul's Heart very specifically had a game plan. Take the demos away, take the Solid Snake away, limit Turdster as that kind of like flanker backstabber role. He needs those niche operators to work. Weibo, they're playing 2 sides. They're banning the Ying, which is for the execute and for distraction, dependent solid snake for intel. So we're again talking about the shields all being open. But I think more importantly, the big difference, Deimos, which has been picked up here by I9. This is going to enable Soulsheart a bit more verticality, chasing defenders in security with a simple Deimos tracker. That's also why we're seeing the mute being brought out as a countermeasure. Get those mute jammers in the most important player positions, not for the Dokkaebi call or for drones, but to protect yourself from the Deimos.
Love this. Spice from turds to early. First round of defense. Spawn peek. Does he land it? Oh, wow. He really did not commit. That is a perfect first-person POV of what it looks like to sell a spawn peek that you are absolutely not committing to. Funny thing is, he technically could have died there. But, like, he was not. He was never going to get a kill there. Like, that would have been the luckiest thing ever. But he really did not want to expose himself.
You know, it just takes a certain amount of like confidence to go for a spawn peek. I always feel like, you know, there's like the devil on my shoulder being, they know you're there, they have a drone, you're gonna die. I'm just like, I'm not doing it, I'm backing out. But some players, they will see a drone, they'll get ripping and go, I'm still peeking, I'm still doing it, I don't care. What's happening here? A lot of line scans, freeze happening. I9 downstairs working that vert, knowing what Reeps is actually looking for him. Has frag grenades in pocket.
I9, brother.
Okay.
You're never going to win that, though. Like, against someone who's crouch bobbing, you just cannot win a fight with a weapon like that Vendetta pistol.
Is the round just over?
Yeah, I think the round might well be over. Oh, wow. That was a bit deadly there from Hoven. Almost died.
He's
is
droning.
Currently affected by the Thorn Trap limp effect, despite being a defender. What do you think about the Thorn Trap limp effect? Opinions?
I actually hate it.
I also hate it. Thank you.
Ooh.
I feel very gratified that you agree with me on that.
So, you know, when you're a shield and you get shot in the shield itself, you'll get like that stagger effect where you can't sprint. I think that's fair. It's like a mechanic.
Very valid. Very valid.
But you jump into a Frost mat and now you can't play the game for like 90 seconds.
I would
and
rather
Thorn,
old
like
Frost
12,
where like you just die. Like I'd rather that. I'd rather that than you having a limp around.
It's like, I'm 20 health, I'm leaving a blood trail, and I can't sprint. Like, I am basically dead. And because the duration for Frost is so long, unless you jumped in immediately and survived by self-reviving or a teammate found you, you can sprint for a vast majority of the remainder of the round. That sucks. So, no,
obviously everyone was sitting there thinking, man, you know what Thorn really needs right after she gets, like, deployable shield and a massive buff. Oh, look at the sad face that Gotti drew. That's funny. You know, I think on top of getting like the massive buff to her gadget, I feel like Thorn just really needs an extra limp effect. Like, don't you just think that she needs another buff? You know? Said nobody ever.
That they're building new mechanics, right? Because back in the day, as far as I understand, everything was like coded as its own thing. And it was like the Twitch laser was different from the Maestro laser, was different from the Zero Cam laser.
Yeah, it's
and
now a
did
mechanic,
a great job
a system.
in the last like 7 years where now we have a laser mechanic. So Twitch Maestro Zero Cams, they all work the same way. Sure, some has one shot, some recharge, some have like, you have 3 of them or 5 of them. But when you shoot them, they all have infinite range. They all do 5 damage. They will all destroy any gadget one tap that is like not bulletproof, I guess, technically speaking. That's great. And they've then, of course, went to a position where because they've made 20 different mechanics into 5 aligned mechanics, now they have space to make new stuff. For example, we have the map ingredients, the fire canister gas pipes, we have the fire extinguisher smoke grenades. That's kind of like its own coded thing now. Yeah. And then, of course, we have stuff like the limping effect, which is also a very recent addition.
You know what I would really love to see? Can I throw you the most wild curveball you've ever heard? And I'm going to get attacked in the all chat, I think, for this. So I love the idea of like operators having multiple functions and like you said, like fire is now a system. Sometimes one system interacts with another. Like if something is classified as a smoke, it can be looked through by Glaz and Warden and bulletproof cameras.
Yeah.
What if you were Ace and you threw a Selma, which is a hydro breach by the way, into anything with fire, it explodes and extinguishes the fire with the water. How sick would that be? Or with Tubarão,
So-
like if you freeze a fire, it should disappear, right?
So there's obviously another game, FPS, that has smoke and interaction where
I've
you
heard about
throw
that one.
smoke into a fire, right? I think pretty common game maybe actually. I would love some sort of fire interaction. I make this point a lot when I stream as well. There's no current interaction with fire in the game ever.
Most
You
nonchalant
cannot
ones have.
smoke it. You cannot solo canister with Tubarão. You can't like blow on it. Like nothing works. So I would.
Have you
love
ever tried to
any
blow on
mechanic-
it, like Big Bad Wolf style?
Big Bad was that? No. Like I was saying, I haven't tried it. I haven't been that committed to the bit when I tried it.
You
know?
should, man.
Maybe
Next
that's my
time.
issue.
Next time you're like,
But
man, the Tachanka and Goyo are really giving me a headache. Just give it a go.
Big Bad Wolf style. I would love that. Like, I really would love interaction because I'm with you. There is a significant lack of it. You can EMP the smoke canisters midair. You can shoot them midair. You cannot
Yeah.
shoot the Molotov in the Shanga. You cannot destroy the Goyo canisters in a specific way where the fire doesn't happen. So, I would like it for now though. Mr. Punch goes down. That a great
nice
start.
flash.
Down hold on the Aruni. But it's back to even numbers. Flashbang is great.
Oh, here we go.
I-9 goes down. Meanwhile, they're planting.
Coverage
Going
from
out.
Coverage man is pretty desperate there, but the Nitro cell in the end is big. DCH has had a monstrous round, and he has trapped Turster into the corner. Nade is perfect for it. I think Turster, no, he's not even going to jump outside. Scatman's going to go to the window. That is a big mistake.
Trade.
You might trade him out 1v1. This leaves poor DCH in his own 1v1 now against the Weibo captain. Speakeasy, no question who has the better weapon here. The long-range engagements, it's DCH. But in the close range, the superior fire rate of the Roni might come into play. DCH has to make sure not to play this wrong. Out comes the E1D. Pre-fire's here. A little bit of a pre-fire there. Might help him out. Speakeasy decides
Interesting.
to move back. He knows the lobby default is there for his teammates to give him call-outs. DCH had a little ping on where Speakeasy was, but he doesn't know where he's gone. He doesn't have a rotate into sight here. If he's lucky, he might be able to shoot open a rotate if the metal beams have been destroyed enough. Lobby defaults up. Speakeasy now knows where he is thanks to the teammate's call. And that default cam is what gets Speakeasy his kill. A 5th round for Weibo as they look to further their lead.
Very good use of positioning. I love watching a 1v1 when you see, you know, a mechanical player, let's say Reaps, he would go for the kills, kind of chase his opponent. Speakeasy, who is not a mechanical player, but a brain player, he's all about positioning and utilizing the information game. So he has the Aruni gate that was popped in the bomb site window. He knows Lion can't go there. The walls and bathroom reinforced, knows there's no gap either. So it's gonna be a fight somewhere by the bomb site double doors or single windows. And he'll be posted up. So tell his teammates, guys, watch the blue cam, tell me when to swing. And it's when Lion looks to his right towards a customs double door, they say, swing right now. And off the information, off the sound cue, off the teamwork, he'll get a complete freebie. Doesn't have to rely on hitting a headshot or being the better player in the 1v1 aspect. He'll just be enabled by his teammates and by his own decisions. It's very smartly played. Puts Weibo on the map again, 5-3. The pressure is on. This side swap has not favored attack just yet, but that round was very close.
That's why you all bang those default cams, by the way. Just saying.
Ah.
Default cam could have been shot while the attacker was deep inside workshop.
See what I can find.
That's true.
Since we've been theory crafting operator interactions, here's another one for you. Talking about the fire versus water/freeze interaction. If Tubarão froze himself as his phone was ringing, it wouldn't stop the phone ringing.
But the
Actually,
explosion,
well, I was gonna say it would like nullify the fire, but technically, if you had something so cold that it can freeze a thermite charge on a wall, it should be able to freeze the phone that's about to explode, right? And like
Yeah,
you
but
can't use your phone anymore; it's like frozen. And then, oh, what if it like freezes it like a thermite charge, but at the end of the freeze, it keeps calling again? What about that?
That's the funny thing about the new Dokkaebi interaction, where if the explosion goes through and you don't answer the phone, you lose access to your gadget and your camera, the phone itself.
Yeah.
That's a new mechanic as well, and I'm sure they're gonna keep iterating upon that system and saying maybe in the future, like you said, Tubarão can interact with it. Maybe a new operator in the future can do it as well. And then maybe, who knows, one operator in the future can maybe choose to deactivate their phone on their own and say, Dogby can't ever call me. Almost like how Vigil counter Stamos, for example, or Lion back in the day. There could be some cool future interactions because of this new system. And I know that developers, they often want to build into these new systems with a longevity in mind, not just for this one niche operator. Sophia's done. Boom. The 2-2 change comes to great effect. Higher
the
hit
zone.
rate and high success rate.
Beautiful. And I9 has been one of the main players who's really been bringing that Zove to life. I don't know why Mr. Punch kept walking forward despite taking a hell of a lot of damage.
Bonk.
But eventually he just continues pushing until he dies. DCH also punished at the top of main stairs. Soul's Heart had a 2-player advantage. They have let that slip away. It's just a fight back and forth. Weibo doggedly looking to prevent Soul's Heart from consolidating any form of advantage. As Turster wants this fight, I9's already found 2. He's top fragging in the server today. And if he finds this one against Turster, he will even overtake Hoven. Looks for a 4th as Turster decides, you know what, I can fall back. Support my teammate Reaps. Ooh, does I9 know? I think he's got an inkling that Reaps was down below him.
Ooh.
Neither of these defenders have their phones, by the way. Both of them will die to just one bullet from this M762.
It's very winnable. On the other side, they got a working camera. Oh, they got perfect information. The wall bang. Perfect read. 3-piece here from I9. Looking for the 4th. It hurts that. Both players very low on health. And there's a workshop bulletproof camera, by the way, giving information. But they don't see this exact location.
Turster has to make his way forward. He's all the way in bathroom. This is going to be nigh unlosable now for I9 from outside the building. He can play this so well.
Good long arm.
He doesn't have a drone. Thing is, I9 can pre-fire like crazy. I think I9 is probably vulnerable to just one shot. Maybe, if he's lucky, he'll take 2 bullets from Turster. This is perfect, though. I9 has a well-hidden drone now in sight. His teammates can call for him and count the ticks exactly. Turster, the Kiwi, has to play this to utter perfection. 17 seconds. Will he fake it, or will he look to take the fight? Can he do what Reaps did? A hip fire from I9's a little bit too close, but he gets what he needs. A big 1v2 clutch, a 4K on the round, and the coolest player in Rainbow Six keeps calm in a clutch situation.
A huge round from I9. I gotta say though, somebody please help this man on the entry kill department. It's either him getting 3 or 4 kills in a round, or Soulstar, they ain't winning it. Of course, the team, they're giving yellow pings, they're giving information, they're helping him, of course, by baiting for him. But in terms of just getting those kills and winning gunfights, it feels like a one-man show. I9 doing all the heavy lifting. Operator bans Monty and the Thorn, both with a high presence rate, which is so Monty being played in that previous round, as the same story with the Thorn, of course. 4-5, all thanks to I9. I think 3 of the 4 rounds is him popping off.
3K in the first round, Nick. 3K in the second round of the game. 3K in the final round of the first half. And a 4K in that round just passed. That's essentially 4 rounds. You can pretty much solely credit I9 being the most instrumental player. And look at the way he looks at his teammates' monitor to verify that yellow ping. That is some tech. It's the kind of thing you see at LAN. It's been a hell of a long time since we've seen Soul's Heart at a global LAN event. Yes, they won APAC Cup at the start of this year. They also played a Thailand game show at the end of last year. Very different to going to a major or the Esports World Cup, let alone a 6 Invitational. But they are so far the only team, Pengu, the only team in APL Stage 1 that has gotten 4 rounds off of Weibo.
It's been a very surprising display of skill, that's for sure. I mean, I was thinking probably going to be a bit of a one-sided affair, taking Weibo to border. It felt kind of risky. It felt like it wasn't going to be the way to win it out. But that was also the question that we've been asking ourselves the entire stage. Where do you take Weibo if you were to beat them? Because it doesn't feel like there's like an obvious, this is going to be super easy. I was thinking maybe a cafe, but Weibo are a bit of a merchant demons, and cafe's a huge DMR map.
What's funny is last time these guys played each other, Soul's Heart almost beat Weibo 7-8 on Consulate. Literally, Consulate and Border are the opposite ends of the spectrum in the map pool. Yeah. Consulate is the most structured defensive side of map. Border is the most loose, aggressive, frag-heavy map.
Reloaded!
I mean, Souls are, while they haven't gotten, you know, every victory, they lost yesterday, they have been looking pretty good. It was only a matter of consistency. Can they look good every single day against different playstyles, different opponents? regardless of this round and the future ones to come, the answer is there. Their skill level at the highest potential is definitely high. Being in this 4v5 position against Weibo. They're holding their own. I9 went from Sophia clutching to now playing Thatcher duty. Simply EMPing for his teammates, catching C4s, catching the Bennett batteries. But I'm curious, what's the actual push that's going to be happening here? They're just kind of ratcheting it from east stairs, break room door. And they're in the fights.
A bit icky sticky though. Nice nade. It's going to be a bit of damage. Speaking is in an awkward spot. There needs to be some kind of follow through. Mark helps him out as Scatman also rings his phone. He can now look to call another player. So many players vulnerable at the moment. Gotti finds a kill. Scatman is going to immediately ring his phone. Gotti will hang that up.
Bit of a reset now. Mr. Punch low on health. Mark, the same story. I9 just over half. They're so vulnerable to a C4 from Gotti or pre-fire through a wall. When the Blackbeard is low on health, you lose your pushing power. That's your constant information, and the drone counter is looking very low here for the attackers. But I9 is still alive. 14 kills, takes down Hoven. 52nd out of 2v4.
Top fragger from Weibo, done. Gotti though with a nitro cell could surely finish off Mr. Punch. And indeed he does! Both of these Weibo players team up together, but that gives so much space to Soul's Heart. They know where both of them are, but Terza's final gas buys a little bit of time and space against Scatman and I9. The two best friends, long-running teammates from Soul's Heart, must team up now against Terzda and the new kid on the block, Gotti. It's Terzda's phone that will ring from Scatman. He decides to let it ring. He decides to take the fight, and he finds Scatman as well! Tanks the damage, doesn't matter. I9 forced to clutch once again for Soul's Heart. Finds the first! In with the pistol! Confirms the kill. He can't get inside! Terzda should be able to win this. The plant going down, but Terzda has plenty of time! And a round win for Weibo projects them onto match point.
These rounds, they're so scary. You see how they're just holding on. And we speak about, you know, Gotti's influence on this Weibo roster. He is just a rock. He was playing Armory, gets a kill, falls back, dukes the pre-fire, repositions, wallbangs again, C4 rip, takes down the Blackbeard. Him and Terzda were literally back-to-back. One holding Armory Breach, one fighting for Archive Store and Fountain Control, and they were just in a 2v4 to win or lose it all. And they somehow come out victorious. It was such a good push here from Soul's Heart. Mark, Mr. Punch in the building, I9 holding a long run side, cutting off the map in half. But then when it gets to these very limited ways in, that's when they struggle.
Big reaction. I love the fact that Weibo, at the same time, they don't underestimate the wins and they celebrate them, but also there's so much laughter in this team. They are such a vibes team. And they have this magical ability to snap between the hilarity and the energy that Speakeasy and Terzda bring to the roster and the seriousness that Reaps and Gohan bring to the squad. I don't know what Gotti's like. Maybe you can shed some light, Pengu, having worked with him. But he seems like a quietly spoken, serious young man.
Yeah.
Kind of the opposite to Speakeasy.
You say young man, but I believe Gotti was one of the older players on the PG Talent roster, actually, after Yas.
He's born in 2003, so he's 23 years old. I don't know, is that young?
Yeah.
Is that old? Is that old in esports years? That feels young to me.
I think starting your career at 23, because Gotti, I mean, on like a proper tier 1 level, like PG Talent was kind of Gotti's beginning, right? It was in fact his debut.
Yeah, so he played Spear Gaming and DK as a substitute. Down one as a substitute in the 2021-2022 years. Yeah, never played. No. And then, 2024 was when he debuted with PSG.
Yeah, so starting with your debut in 23 is quite unusual, actually. And he wasn't like a hot name on many people's lists as far as I gathered, but he was like a solid recommendation that we heard from one of our players, and they're like, you know what, let's try it. He spoke English, he has a good work ethic, and you're right, he's very serious, he's very soft-spoken, and he has a very good way of thinking about the game. But he's a bit of a niche kind of player. He's really good at what he does best. And then he's kind of average at a lot of other areas. That's not a bad thing at all, because he was hired here by Weibo to be that niche specific player of exactly the role that Weibo were needing. and he's fulfilled that role beautifully so far.
Yeah. He really has. Even though he's going negative, it doesn't matter. Hoven and Turdstar like to be on the front line here for Weibo, as does Reaps. Speakeasy knows he has a very specific role on this team. They just needed someone to be that rock, that backline. Wow, Speakeasy almost exposed there. Scatman's had a bit of a rough game in terms of the fragging capability. Only 1 kill compared to I9's 15. But he's been deadly on that Dockerby in previous games from Soul's Heart. SH now need 2 rounds in a row. Good nade, the Nitro Cell in response. Neither lands any damage, but guess who's the first to fall? It's I9! DCH swiftly to follow. Mr. Punch and Mark need to have a massive round. Otherwise, Weibo will take the cake again. Here comes the Blackbeard looking to peek, but there's a crossfire here with Turdstar. It's a trade! Mark cannot stand up to the might of Weibo. They might have been pushed deeper than they have so far in Stage 1, but not even Soul's Heart can hold a candle to Weibo Gaming. A 7-4 victory and 3 points on the standings.
It's not often that we say this, but for Soul's Heart, that's a loss you can be proud of. That is a good way to go down against the best team in the region and a team that might be top 8 on international grounds. Weibo Gaming, of course, they're gonna win in the end. But my big question is, what happens the day that Gohan takes a tactical timeout on round 0 just to start off the game? Because in a couple of games now, they had a slow start. They go down like, 1-2 or 0-2. Gohan talks to the boys, and they just make a crazy comeback, winning so many rounds in a row. Because that was truly the big shift. That was after Gohan had the tag timeout.
Yeah, man. Another great game for Weibo, even though, like we said, they were pushed a little bit deeper than they have so far. Maybe that just comes down to the fact that Border is a bit of Border, and sometimes I9 or someone else is going to have a life game. At the end of the day, though, Weibo stand tall like they always seem to do. That is 4 games in a row, only having lost 8 rounds across them. That's an average score of 7-2 across every game they've played so far, which is utterly unthinkable, especially considering they've played Elevate, Orchid, and Soul's Heart. Really, the only kind of top team that they are yet to play is Daystar. Next up, Fury and HL Tori. There is no question they're going to get a dominant win in both of those matches. No offense to those teams, but this is Weibo after all. If anyone can fight or push this team, it's going to be Daystar, and even then, I'm not confident that they can do it. Of course, this is in the group stage. Pengu, we still have best of 3s to come. Do we expect Weibo to be as good in those BO3s as they have been here in the group stage?
Yeah, I think they get more enabled than BO3s, right? If they want to make risky plays, they can do so without the risk of like, oh, we're going to lose a couple rounds to this, craziness, and it's best of 1, so we lose the game. They can say, we play Border, we're going to go 110% every single round, and if it doesn't work, we got map 2, we got map 3, they're good at adapting, you get more tag timeouts from Gohan as well. I think they get stronger the longer a series goes on for.
Yeah, well, they haven't had a chance to so far because all their series have been very, very short. Let's have a chat to the new kid on Weibo. It is the relatively young and extremely talented import from Korea. My friend, welcome on in. Congratulations on your win. The first thing I got to ask you is you're doing a little bit of a tour to APAC at the moment. You started up in Korea in APAC North. You went into the CNL. Now you're here in Asia on what could be the best team in the APL. What's it been like, this whirlwind of a career for the last few years for you?
So, like you guys know, I'm just transferring every team, every region, but that's because I just didn't want to stop working. I just want to keep work. I just want to grind myself, be inside of this game. Yeah, that's why. I'm kind of having fun. I have good memories in every region. Yeah.
That's good. That's really good to hear. What's it been like specifically with Weibo? Because we spoke to Speakeasy yesterday. He said that we were looking for a very specific kind of player, a specific role, and that's Gatti. And of course, I've worked with you before, Gatti, as well. I know what kind of role that is, but talk to everybody watching right now. What is your specialty? Why did Weibo need you to be a better team? What do you bring to this roster? And what's it been like learning their system?
They were trying to look for someone can just keep alive and just throw on for the team, play super passive, like cutting off the forward back, and yeah. So, like Pengu, Fabian always told us, the PSG talent, to keep the manpower, like play as a team like that. So I'm kind of used to it. So I think that's why.
You've done a great job. I mean, you've been fitting in so well and so seamlessly. I know today was a hard game against Solskjaer, but across all the other individual games, you have been popping off. So just great job, Gotti, honestly. Sorry, James.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You've now had a chance to be tutored by Papa Fabian and Papa Pengu. Now you've got Papa Gohan. What's that like? Is that very different? He's gone, right? You can talk about it.
Yeah, like his style is kind of fun. He's like a big bro. So yeah, like players don't have to be like super embarrass themselves. We can just have fun, chill together, like play fun together. So I think this atmosphere is kind of good for me. Yep.
Nice. Cool. Well, Gotti, we won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Always lovely to hear from the new kid on the team. And again, congratulations on yet another win. You guys are flawless. You guys aren't slowing down. I'm sure that we'll see you in the stage finals. You got a few more games until that happens, so we'll let you go. Thank you again for joining us today.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I love how Gotti said, yeah, Gohan, he's really fun. He's really chill. No player has to feel embarrassed. We just have fun.
Yeah.
I feel like the subtext there is a bit
There
different
is
to playing
subtext
under
for
Fabian.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Every player needs something else to function at the highest level, and they can come from, a player having a big personality or a coach having a very hands-on style. And having a fun environment where people can thrive and enjoy it, be happy, and it fits their kind of persona, super important. And I'm so happy to hear for Gotti that he's having a good time in the roster. One thing is happens in the server and how well you play. Another one is how fun you're having on a daily basis in all those long scrims.
Yeah, very much so. Weibo looking really, really hot right now, of course. They get their 7-4, they get the full 3 points. Both they and Daystar undefeated. Soulsheart on the flip side of that, we obviously don't get a chance to talk to Scatman or anyone else from the crew, but a bit of a disappointing loss. Obviously, it's nice to finally be a team that gets more than 3 rounds on Weibo, but like I said, last time they played, they managed 7 rounds on Consulate despite losing the map. It's going to be a big, long road to redemption for Soulsheart, but I don't want to count them out. At the moment, it's a long road to redemption for HL Tari. They're going up against Psych and Company in our match up after this break.
I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. The normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something, and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it, and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because I kind of gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in, and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of wanted to get PC.
It's time to get back into it tonight. Pengu, it's been a crazy morning for you, day, evening for me, and who knows on the other side of the world where you guys are tuning in from. It's time for another banger of a game. This one is a real brawl at the bottom of the standings. Of course, we've already seen the GOATs, we've seen Weibo, we've seen Daystar, but of course, there are still teams that are trying to fight just to get into stage finals, which is top 4. Realistically, do these teams have a chance? Pengu, let's dig into HL Tori first. They have struggled to find any games, but they've had 3 pretty tough fixtures so far. Orchid, Soul's Heart, and then Fury. They've only got a combined 6 rounds across those 3 games, which is averaging a 7-2 loss every single matchup so far. This team out of Thailand has a lot to prove, but it's not been an easy slug of it so far.
No, it hasn't been, and I think the simplest thing to look at is their attack inside. HL Tori, they'll get 1-2 rounds on the defense usually, maybe a third if they're really, really strong, but they have gotten 0 attacks in their first game, they've gotten 0 attacks in their second game, and would you guess how many attacks they've gotten in the third? 0! So 3 matches so far, not a singular attack in round win. That is what they need to get better. They have to get at least 1 or 2 attacks to get a decent side, to have a fighting chance on the attack, sorry.
Yeah, very much so. It's been a rough go of it so far for HLT. At what point will they be able to turn it around? Well, they do have good leadership of Vaughn behind them. Vaughn, or Mad Duck Ranger as he's also often known, one of the most experienced coaches from Thailand. He's also coaching the Thai national team. He used to work with various rosters and all of the best players in Thailand in the past, but now, you know, he's got a long way to go to get this team back on its feet, and that could happen today if they can get a win over Sycan Company, a new organization, but of course the former Unreal Nightmare roster has made a hell of a few roster changes, and they fire up when they are firing in the server. Neon Momo and Joe Gore brought onto the roster for stage 1, Pengu, and they've just come off the back of 2 wins in a row over both Fury and Elevate. They can barely remember what it was like on Playday 1 when they got obliterated by Weibo. Forget about that. All that matters is how they fare against the mid-pack, and at the moment they are looking like maybe the best team out of the mid-pack here in Asia.
Yeah, they're getting better and better. And one thing that Sycan Company has done a great job at is the individual performances in particular. Neon, you see right here, 9-3, 10-3, is his second game so far where he absolutely pops off. But he's the backline player, which means often you'll have other players like your Joe Gore in an early battle somewhere, try and get into like that 3 versus 3 state. Neon can then pop off in the late round and get them a nice little victory. Their defense is pretty solid as well. That's where they thrive. But in good old APL fashion, they gotta get a bit stronger on their attacks. Hell there, Joe Gore and Neon. Speaking of the 2 duos.
Sycan Company always bring the content. Every single player has some kind of fluffy friend brought to the table. Joe Gore got no custom jersey today. We've seen him wear the Daystar jersey. We've seen him wear his own made-up Elevate jersey. Carty's camera never ceases to terrify me. That is something out of my nightmares. Oh, he's wearing a Direwolves shirt! Oh my god, that is a blast from the past. Love to see it. Joe Gore, I think, actually played on Direwolves for a little while. I can't remember.
As well.
Probably. Wow, blast from the past. Joe Gore always brings the content. He's a real larrikin, a real character. Let's dig into the VODs though, Pengu. He did. Love that. HLTV confirmed. We've seen a lot of Chalet from Sycan Company. We have only seen Labs and Lair from HL Tori. It could be Labs again. for HL? It is. HLT going to Labs for a second time after losing it to Fury yesterday. Syken Company decided that that was their preference. Let's load up straight into the server. Syken starting on the attacking side as HL Tori got to pick the starting sides and they prefer the defense. What is a win condition here, Pengu, for HL Tori? They don't have a single game on the board. This Tyros has been struggling to get into it. Syken Company, of course, bested HL Tori in kickoff in that lower bracket, but it did go the distance to 3 maps. Syken Company winning the game that they played on Nighthaven Labs. Do HLT realistically have a shot?
They don't have a single victory. They don't have a single attacking round. HL Tori once again on a pretty comfortable attacking sided map here, Nighthaven Labs. And they're starting on defense. They can start strong, right? Build 2-3 rounds realistically, go onto the attacking side, and that's where they got to prove themselves and show us that they have gotten better. To go back to Jogor's history, though, he went from a team called APR, but that says, actually, we're gonna skip that one. It says Direwolves onto Daystar, Direwolves onto Daystar, then Elevate, then Syken Company. That's what his Wikipedia page says.
Love that.
But he spent 3 years on a team called APR, which is like not a real page on Wikipedia, so I'm not sure what that's about.
I remember that team, like a tier 2 roster in Asia for a really long time. I can't remember the other. It's probably one of those tier 2 teams that if you've been casting tier 1 or you've been mostly aware of the tier 1 scene, not so much the tier 2 scene, you probably have just heard the name but don't know who's on it. And then 3 years later, it turns out every single player that played for that team is actually like now the GOAT in tier 1. That's just how it tends to happen.
Okay. So it's 3 years though with that roster, or 2.5 technically with waste of the months, but that's pretty impressive. But he did have a stint there with Direwolf twice, so a lot of history for Jogor, jumping from one org to another,
10 seconds.
but spending a decent amount of time every time he does so. Now for
5 seconds to go.
HL Tori, again, just kind of thinking about the weak points here. We actually saw Sunstrike pick up a Blitz yesterday and playing a ton more shields than usual. And while they didn't get round victories, I did like that look from them. But for now, the starting defense is going to be Sunstrike on the Goyo. We're going to have Killers playing beneath with Smoke. And based off yesterday's notes, right, we want to see HL Tori playing on the same page, because they tend to have maybe 2 or 3 people playing very aggressive, fighting, and then the other half of the team hiding, playing by the bomb side and avoiding a fight at all costs. So either they are fighting or they are holding, so they gotta do it together.
Labs is as good a map as any to really get your reps in on the attacking side for HL Tori. Like you said, that's been where they've really struggled so far. But it does mean, of course, because this is a pretty even map, attack defense-wise, it means that they can't just be like, okay, let's just build some momentum on the defense. No. You've got to be really switched on here. Because Syken Company, especially with that black bid, you know, they banned out the Electro Bros. It makes it so fast to get control of the external parts of the building and start pressuring these anchors. Look at that, a quick forfeit of mezzanine by HL Tori as they reinforce over the rotate hole and peel back into the bomb site.
I don't hate that. There's been a couple of keep it barricades, there's a barbed wire, and they also burn, you know, the exterminatage from this, the double frag grenade from K3 on the Blackbeard. It's a decent trade to take. But when you're falling back, you need to be solid on the bomb side, because you have less control, or so you have less space to put 5 defenders. They swing out, they trade even blows here, but the air jab knocks back the defender, the Tenno covers him.
Keep us strikes through. Barrier deployed.
Good numbers advantage here for HLT, assuming they can get Killers back on his feet. But no keepers in pocket here for Tenno. Means it might not be possible to go for that retake. You know what would be really fun right now, Pengu, would be a dock. Hashtag make dock meta. Oh, unfortunately though, Tenno is going to go down and Killers is on the floor, unrevivable. This is going to be a round win for Syken Company unless Chadaman and Zoshav pull the rabbit out of the hat. Trying to use the cover of the deployable shield, but Neon has a long angle with the DMR. Neon's been so good for this squad. Close to a team ace, I believe, from Syken Company. Everyone teams up together and forces their way into the site.
Again, a small thing, right? HL Tori in the 2 versus 3, they did a play into it, so technically a 3 versus 3. Soshav was kind of like AFK holding a passive angle while his team was flanking into Aqua to deny the plant. why aren't we pushing together? Soulchef could actually take a gunfight with the person who shut down his teammate from the
Attackers
far
need to
DMR
locate and
angle,
defuse
and all of a
as many
sudden
bombs
that round
as they
becomes
can.
winnable. But they're just giving Syke and company 1v1. 1v1. And there was good cover from Tenno. His teammate got air jabbed, Tenno swung, he got the trade kill, they helped each other, that was fine. But other than that, it is individual players making individual decisions. And we want to see Notori a bit more on that teamwork. But what I did like was the aggression. They lashed out, they went for kills, and for a short second there, it did seem like Notori, they were bound to win the round. But Syke and company, they're a bit chaotic themselves, and you can never really count them out. They always have a play up their sleeve, they always have some player who's gonna be finding a gap or creating one of their own.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I gotta
and
say,
defuse it.
the thing that sets Syke and company, aside from all the other 7 teams in this league, is they just do not give a damn. They have so much aggression, so much gusto, and they do it while laughing, while taunting the cameras. They'll laugh even if they're losing. They're just total memers. And it gives them this kind of energy and this aura that is very hard to tangle with if you're on the receiving end of their aggression. Yeah, we see teams like Weibo, we see teams like Soulsheart play aggressively. It's very different when you're playing with a level of insanity like Syke and company.
I was actually telling getting tracked somewhere else, but it's actually just like Calf's in the building, backstabbing Soulchef in kitchen. In with a second as well, shutting down the rotational player of Chatterman that was tracked earlier by the demos. And that's what I mean. A Syke and company at any moment can just have some player creating that gap. Calf just walks in with the sledge. Now he can do the vert. They actually have Fang playing the Zero, so they have a ton of different ways of getting information. The Zero, the Twitch, the demos tracker. I don't think the Echo is going to be too influential in this round because you're under pressure, my friend, and they know exactly where you are.
Can't afford to be using those yokais when your teammates are dying around you. And just to add insult to injury, Killers has fallen. He's not going to get a chance to use those yokais as Femlix hunts him down with the 0 pick. Sunstrike and Tenno, the last 2 remaining. Man, what is it that has made things so hard for HL Tari? Syken already going for the plant here, and Tenno shut down. It's going to be a flawless round, is it not? Sunstrike desperately makes his way forward. Oh, just barely gets Joe Gore. Mid-weapon swap, and a second one.
Okay.
Get a couple of kills there, pad the stats. Joe Gore looks like he could not care less, and Cardi's got a big smile on his dial. Love Momo's reactions every single time Syke and company find a round. That's 2 straight.
And again, nothing too surprising. HL Tori is still struggling at shutting down the aggression there from Syke and company. And they have so many different flex operators they love to play on the attack. We've seen Syke play stuff like your Glass, your Sense. We've seen the Shields, the Demo still could be Solid Snake. And they like changing between them. It's not like Syke and company, they pick one playstyle for a map and go, we're going to play Demos every single round and just do this kind of playstyle. But they will switch it up. We saw it yesterday on Chalet where they're just kind of trying out like 5 different things in a row. And then they were like, oh, we like this one the most. Let's do it twice. HL Tori, they do the bumps and rotations upstairs. They go down. Now they're back up. They bring the Clash. They're hiding it right now from the drones. But looking at how this round fell apart, it's just like almost carelessness in a way. Nobody considered that an attacker could be going from that kitchen hallway. Chatterman was using his Thorn gadget, looking straight at the enemy despite his teammate just died there 5 seconds prior. So it just seems like poor communication with HL Tori and maybe not checking the default cams in the early stages of the round. Because that's a trick you can make. When the drone phase ends right now, you hop on cams and you see which outside cameras get destroyed. Then you can say, guys, nobody spawns south. The south default cam outside is alive. That means that nobody can go from that area of the building. And that's information to be gained, of course. And then maybe every 20 seconds, just quickly hop on the cams, see if anything got shot. Because you might have like a sledge or a Bokbo in the basement, shoot a camera as you're walking up a staircase. You can now convey it to your team before he gets up a floor. Again, very important information. And look at the HL Tories, like the players bottom left. They don't often check the cameras in live action plays. Just saw Soulchef check the bulletproof camera, but that's it.
Sometimes it's even just worth at the start of your round getting on the outside defaults before they get shot. You might even just hear what weapons are being played and be able to pick some operators.
True, yeah.
If you just see that there's a blitz, you're like, okay, guys, there's a blitz. You know, maybe Clash needs to try and get into a position to rotate to put some pressure on that. Speaking of, K3, early pick on the Zoshav. Man, what a rough start here for HLTari. The mirror window has already been popped open. However, Psychic Company get a little bit ahead of themselves. Don't realize Chatterman was completely unclear. They did not take adequate control of the map before they started pushing the bomb site. The blitz is down.
Maybe not worth it. In the middle of the building, no shield, a bit more exposed, but it is going to be worth it because Fang finds another. Sunstrike down, Red can confirm with a second. It's too easy.
Yeah, just when you think HLTari have a chance. Psychic Company,
There are gaps
very
everywhere.
close. Yeah, there are gaps everywhere. Oh, that's going to be a freebie, surely. Here we go. Chatterman is going to need to single-handedly win this round. Tenno needs to stay alive as long as physically possible just to feed info to Chatterman here, but I'm pretty confident Jogor is about to find him. Never mind. Is this the way that HLTari finally get around on the board in an ace? Tenno just has to push deep and try and scout Fenlix. There's so much time. It's really on Tenno to get info here. Chatterman cannot afford to expose himself.
Just put the shield on the fuse.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's the right play here. Tenno can get the shield on his back. Chatterman to cover. It's an ace for Chattermans. Lots of fire. And HLTari get around on the board.
Beautiful. Individual heroics. Chatterman winning every single gunfight, but every team, sometimes that's what you need. HLTari, they're no exception. They're looking mighty strong. Even in that 2 versus 1, saying, hey, Tenno, you go towards the diffuser, put down the shield, and go for a defuse. Force his movement. I'll watch the angle. I'll get the rotate. It's good problem solving. They get their round on defense, but now they can bend the Clash away if that's what they want to do. They get that one more operator ban. It's going to be the Clash and the Thermite in response. So that saving grace of the Clash shield, it's going to be replaced by something else to enable Tenno to help his team. Mind you, Tenno survived with literally 1 point of health, so any bullet here would have made a huge difference.
Even a nade or some kind of util just to delay a little bit of time. Chatterman's so happy about that one. An ace is an ace, man. That was an ace. That was decisively Chatterman getting his 5 kills so far this game. A quick flank at the start, a big retake, and then the clutch enabled with the Clash. Love to see it. Want to see more of it. The Thermite ban's a curious one for me. So many other options here. Interestingly, Psychic are just going to go with the Hibana.
The Thermite does give you like the big opening opportunity to like sprint in if you're a shield player and just get like a very comfortable angle to fight from, and it takes away like the user error part of being a hard breacher. You know, if you're an ace, we see this all the time in ranked play and even pro play sometimes, you just throw the Selma without thinking too hard about exactly where to put it, and you either get a vault rotation, so you gotta jump through it as an attacker, which sucks by the way because taking a gunfight is hard, and if you gotta jump back out, you gotta turn your back to your enemy to, you know, get the vault prompt, or you may get a crouch rotate, which equally you're kind of slow taking that gunfight. The Thermite takes away the thinking of how am I gonna do this. I'll just whoop, on the wall, pop it, all is good. That's gonna be the same result. But look at this, Neon just fast in Garrett, takes catwalk, looking at pillar, dry peeking all the angles, and he's gaining so much map control. But this right here, that's the bottleneck. His left and his right does know exactly what's clear.
He's being patient though. Ooh, catches Chatterman put to rest after his nice ace last round. Thankfully, Tenno is quick to escape as well before overstaying his welcome. Takes damage. Probably could have kept moving there. Wouldn't have taken a little tick from the fire as well. I think, oh, he tried to answer his phone, perhaps. He didn't quite have enough time.
Yeah, last second.
Yeah.
It could have been. But it's hard, man. You just lose your top fragger, your ace, your clutch maker. Sunstrike could be next up, though. He's on the staircase of cargo and has a very important spot to play. Has 3 toxic babes and bound wires and verticality. He has different tools to work the angle. And it's kind of like playing server stairs on bank. Either you stick around for as long as possible and burn down the clock, or you fall back really early and just like play the numbers. But the fact that you lost Chatterman this early on, I feel like you're more inclined to stay and try and play for 1 kill before falling on back. But there is block in the vertical construction, so I think that's being cut off at the minute. He's forced to stay on the staircase.
That's a
There
good
goes the first
gas.
escape.
It's actually quite deep, though it does enable Cap to peek close to the breach. Sunstrike is getting really pressured now. There's some vert above his escape. If he tries to fall back now, he might fall. Instead, Tenno goes first. Sunstrike trying desperately to get back into the bomb site. Neon cannot confirm the kill. Great usage of the vert there from Neon, and Sunstrike has to answer his phone, otherwise he will die. K3 almost catches Zoshav off guard. He has about 1 meter of safety behind that pillar without being exposed. He's now going to have to answer his phone, otherwise take a bit of damage. K3 keeps getting info as Cavs found a kill. HL Tori in an awkward spot. Zoshav decides to go for a retake. This is very risky. They know exactly where he is. K3 on the Dockerby watching his position. Quick kill, Sunstrike, 1 HP after the damage from the vert. 1v5. Might have been an ace to get the first round on the board for HLT. But they cannot follow through with the second company back in action again. Flawlessly so.
It's all a matter of the opening kill and finding that gap, and the second company are so successful at doing it. Neon just took half the map by just walking in, ADS, and clearing all the corners, making it look way too easy. And it's again HL Tori, they can do more around the map. They can do more stopping those players from entering the building so quick. Get further away from the bomb site and just start locking down the entries. Then slowly peel back layer by layer. They're almost starting in like their end positions. Just because you have a deployable shield as Sunstrike and you're not playing cargo stairs doesn't mean you have to be there the moment the round begins. You can start in bottom warehouse and try to help your teammate of Tettleman. You can then fall back step by step, drop down hats, go back up the stairs. You have options. So HL Tori almost like they got told this is the strat on paper, play it. And then they're just like blindly following it and not thinking, okay, but if this happens, I gotta make this adjustment. My teammate is saying this, that means this. It does seem a bit like they're lacking the communication and the foresight on what do we need to do as our next step now that this has happened.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Be patient in there. They'll come to us. Let's do that. But fun.
Be patient, they'll come to us. That sounds fun. Love hearing the little lines at the start from the operator. Sometimes it can be, ironically, quite insightful as to what the team needs to do. For this round, I think for HL Tori, a little bit of sit back and wait for them to come to us. Use your C4s at the ready. Let them move into your mirror windows. Look to try and deny the plant at the late round with the pulse. But you do need a little bit of disruption to get it on the front foot with the Ella, with the Thorn, and with this Solus as well. Speaking of, they try to get a little bit too much on the front foot, and Cap reads it perfectly. Killers goes down. And Psychic Company so good at reading the aggression from HLT.
I mean, they're playing... Okay, the round is falling apart. Cap is going to keep up the firepower. They're playing double trap operator and pulse. And they're spawn peeking. They would want them to come in the building, use the gadgets, then take the fires. Instead, now they're planting. They've got 3 kills. Is there anything to stop them?
Nice bug from Penguins. I don't know what the salt, what in the salt is happening here, but plan is down. This is okay. Knife there from Chatterman. Nice. I was going to say he's about to die without his nitro cell. This is unlosable though for Neon. Not only is he down below, but he's also IQ, so he can see the player looking to defuse and kill them from below using the electronics detector. Nice run out from Tenno. Now he's going to have to. Is he going to bring out the secondary? Oh man. Oh, that was awkward. Come on, bring it out. Bring it out. Oh, bro, what? What am I watching? This is Tenno going to clutch this? Tenno! Clutch at the last moment!
Oh my god.
That was far too close for comfort, but the round is done. Psychic Company up 4-1.
What have I just witnessed? I noticed that Neon was playing soft breaching charges on the IQ, probably to get into the basement early on, but he ripped... Why is Vaughn working out?
Get that shoulder press,
working
brother.
Out the frustrations, man. Good use of time, watching while getting the physical activity in. The breaching charge whip out mid 1v2 vertical, by the way, thinking he had frag grenades. That almost lost in the round. But great force from Neon playing from below using the IQ gadget. Job well done.
Oh man, I just can't get that image of Vaughn doing the workout out of my brain, man. All right. Well, that's where we sit at the moment. Psych and Company, a 4th round in the posts. I still can't believe they were getting that plant down with 1 minute and 2 seconds into the round. Almost 2 minutes remaining on the clock. That bomb site is all about plant denial and all about early context. It's crazy to me that HL Tori, after giving up a freebie at the start of the round, did not have enough map control to contest that plant. They didn't have the plant denial from down below either. All it took was a Dockerby call to distract. What are you doing, K3?
Dude, there is some serious meme potential in this game. I don't know what's happening. We're seeing the fuse shield now as well. I feel like this is the perfect matchup for Psych and Company because they like to get silly, and Hazel Tori have quite a bit of gaps, so you can be silly and it can work really well in your favor.
Well, there's an early pick. Seems to always happen in the first 40 seconds of the round. The Psych and Company, somebody from HL Tori gets a little bit too ambitious, gets a little bit too desperate. I feel like it does reek of desperation. A good team knows that they have a solid setup. They don't have to overcomplicate things. Psych, though, continue mounting this pressure. The breaches on the external walls. No thermite, no worries. Zoshav feeling a lot of pressure. K3 is surely going to go in for this. See ya, Zoshav. Completely unaware of the map pressure. And, yeah, maybe a miscommunication. No info that there was a player so quickly in connector.
He just shot the default cam. Like surely that's, man, the gap upon gap upon gap. A nice flick there from Camp in the 1v4. Now Tenno gets 1, has to find 3 more.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? Psych and Company continue to dominate. They seem untouchable. It's 5 rounds for them in the half. There we go. Bit of a clap, bit of a motivational speech, and he's gone.
My job here is done.
Hey, tell Tori, need you. Vaughn, don't leave. They're down 5-1. They need you.
Hey, comfort zone. They've been here before. As a matter of fact, James, they've been here every single play day. Okay?
Wait, have they been 5-1 down every play day?
All right, let me check, okay? So first play day, they played against Team Orchid. They were down... actually, they had a 3-4 half, or a 3-4 half. Yeah,
3-4? 3-3. 3-3.
I was gonna say 3-4.
What do you
3-3,
mean,
and then lost every round after.
Okay.
Okay.
Second game.
play day. I mean, it's 1-7 loss, so you know
Five,
they're down.
they were
1-6.
5-1 down. Yep.
Yeah. Why
about-
did I get it wrong by one number every single time?
Third game, HLT were 2-4 down.
2-4.
2-4
Yeah.
down. Oh well. Look, guys.
It's been rough.
It happens sometimes. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes. I mean, is that literally
Maybe
what
less
Vaughn
good.
is saying? Oh, that exhale. That exhale.
Hmm.
Oh man, is this for real? Look, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. We haven't seen Thunderbird. We haven't seen Dog. We haven't seen Rook. But what do we see, Nicholas?
I call to you. Kavera is a real operator. That's a legitimate pick at the highly competitive level
That's
of
like-
Rainbow Six Siege.
Absolutely. And Joe Gore is a real APL player.
He is. Well, I'm not sure if I would call him a real APL player, but he's a player in APL. Joe Gore is actually an unreal player. If you know what I know.
An
If you know
Unreal
what I mean.
Nightmare?
Unreal
Attackers are heading out.
Is that where they're going? Little
No, it's
homage?
just like he does unreal things. It says unbelievable stuff. Like you speak to this guy in DMs, I know. Like,
I have.
He says stuff that is unbelievable.
He DMs me every
Like, he's
time
just
he
a
gets
memer.
dropped, and he's like, dude, I got dropped again.
I can't tell if Joe Gore is ever serious or always serious. That's my issue.
I don't think he's
Cannot
ever
tell.
serious.
But like he's so committed to the bit then. He's deeply invested.
That he is. Well, I really do pray that he finds it. Oh, wait, this could be it. This could be it. Sunstrike's just shot the cam. He's on a drone. Sunstrike is on a drone right now. Joe Gore has a chance!
Oh no.
Is anyone going to be able to deny this? Indeed they are. They shoot Sunstrike.
Team killed him.
Their own teammate before they manage to get Joe Gore. Hashtag worth it in my book. Surely the tilt starts to set in after that and he decides it's time to get out.
I mean, it sucks getting team killed, but it was better getting interrogated. So I feel like we take those. But now Solid Snake on the hunt, looking for it. Mind you that if you do chase Joe Gore, you're wasting a lot of time in the basement. Plus, he has very strong close quarter guns with both the pistol and the shotty. So probably wouldn't advise that. Don't waste your time doing it. But now you gotta be conscious that, hey, a flank will happen later on. Because Joe Gore is low on HP, he's playing Kavera. He can only go for a flank.
Yeah, also running pistol and shotgun. That pistol is... I don't know about you, I'm not a believer in that pistol. In close range, sure, but it feels... That pistol feels more like a shotgun. Like, I'm not taking long range fights with it. Like, if you give me Ying's pistol, I'll fight an AR with Ying's pistol. I don't care. But, not that little thing. Syken Company looking solid on this defensive side. That certainly doesn't hurt. A slow round from HL Tori as an aggressive play from K3 backed up with the clash. It's Chatterman in a 1v4 and Joe Gore comes in to get the final kill with the pistol. It's match point for Syken Company.
Well, I respect the Kavera pick. It's funny because it's kind of like an unwritten rule that whenever you're doing it, it's just BM. Like
Everyone
you're simply
knows.
picking it out of disrespect because it shouldn't work. But obviously, it very much did. As I said, Syken Company, they can play a bit loose and play a bit fun and have a good time in the server when the game allows for it. That's why I also think this is just a perfect scenario for them. They don't feel the pressure to perform. They don't feel the pressure of being challenged heavily on the strong fundamentals, right, of map control and crossfires, etc. And look at this upper lineup. They're playing the third priority bomb side of Kitchen. They're playing Alibi, like Vigil. They're just playing guns and just running around and just taking fights.
Nothing is ever quite as good as a Joe Gore reaction. I can watch Joe Gore react to what happens in these rounds every day of the week. And sadly for us, we might only get to see one more round of it unless HL Tori really stops the bleeding. At this point, if you're down 1-6, you're probably thinking, guys, let's just play a Monty, do something really basic. Well, Monty's banned. So Blitz is your next best bet. I think some form of a shield is a good move. Problem is, you know that they played a Clash last round. This round, we've got a whole bunch of impacts and a Nitro cell it alone. The Razor Blooms from Thorn. Also a tertiary bomb site pick for Syken. Oh no, Sunstrike's DC'd. We're going to have to rehost, I think. That's unfortunate for HL Tori.
Yep, that is indeed unfortunate. It's gonna slow down a bit of momentum, but on the upside here, gets to kind of just like restabilize if you're HL Tori. Just kind of talk about it, think it through, and
Well,
Saigon
maybe
Company,
not.
you know, they're so eager to get to the action, they're gonna be stalled out now.
Maybe not talk about it though, because it is a technical timeout. Like, there's a reason we have that little mute icon. You're not meant to be talking
Is there?
shop. Wow,
Okay,
Sunstrike
okay.
is so chill. I love how everyone's got a thermos. What is it? What's everyone drinking? I'd love to know. Is it soup? Is it coffee?
What? Why would they drink soup?
Have you never drunk soup out of a thermos?
Not once in my life, and certainly
Wow.
not during Pro League.
Well, I've never
Wait,
played
Killer
Pro
is
League,
eating.
but yeah, everyone's eating. Oh, unless that's just water coming out of a little sippy cup.
Or maybe it's soup.
Yeah. Oh, Momo, what is that? That looks like soda. It sounds so American when I say soda. That looks like soft drink. It's kind of a bit yellowy. What do you reckon? Is that like a Red Bull or something? A little lemonade type vibe? Thanks for your input.
No, I'm just, I don't know. I'm just mesmerized by Vorn's, like, the top right, like the...
Oh yeah,
the
what's
blanket
going
thing
on?
that's
there?
gonna-
Wow, it's windy. Where is he?
Yeah.
It must be really hot in Thailand, like we were
AC
saying
is
before, and
turned up.
yeah, the fan or the AC is going crazy. It just looks like he's in a shack, man. Don't you think? Oh, time for a nap.
It's his man cave.
Wait,
He's fine.
shh, Nick, don't speak too loudly. Be quiet. You'll wake him up. Let's be quiet and just let him sleep to the music. Shh. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We're back into it. HL Tari taking on Psych and Company, or at least trying their best to do so. Pengu, it hasn't been a pretty sight. 5-1 down in the first half. The only round HL Tari have won was an ace from Chatamin, and we've seen already a little bit of memeage out of Psych and Company. We saw the Cav pick last round. Now we're seeing a Rook, and I can't believe it. We're actually starting to tick off some operators that we never get to see for all the wrong reasons.
Question, is basement bombs not locked? Or am I misremembering? Like, they were playing kitchen before the rehost, and now they're on basement, but didn't they win the last... Oh no, wait.
No, they played Command Server and then they played Cafe Kitchen.
Oh, okay,
Mate, you
okay,
almost scared me there. I was like,
I was sitting there a bit like, am I trolling? I thought I was trolling. So
at that point, you keep your damn mouth shut.
Well, I was gonna say, I want the Rook to be real. And because it's a real round, Rook is real. So hey, first time seeing Rook played in a damn long time. And the first time since the most recent buff, they now give 25 extra health per Rook armor, or each Rook armor plate. So every defender right now has 25 extra HP. Look at that.
Insane. That'd be so cool if we didn't have one-hit headshot.
Okay, you ruined it. You also have double the duration of being injured. You will always get injured before dying, and you can self-revive if you get
Unless
injured.
it's a headshot, you still don't get injured after a headshot. Imagine that change. Can you imagine that Rook buff? Would that actually make Rook viable? If Rook plates kind of gave you a helmet where you just get down instead of instantly killed to a headshot?
That's what Dual Front had, right? There was no one-shot headshot in
Yeah.
Dual Front. You were forced into an injured state, even with a headshot.
Yeah.
That could be cool. Let's buff Rook.
Well,
some more, please.
Yeah. Hashtag buff Rook, and don't do it by giving him an ACOG.
True. Unlike the Busty Vigil. Bikini buddy.
Vigil's also just like annoyingly quite a good operator even without the boss. He counters so much. I really love that though. Neon might not realize it, but that's Keeper Barrier has just saved him.
Pump, pump.
Here comes an entry. The Rook finds one. Chatamin's also on the ground elsewhere. An execute coming through from Zoshav on the glass, but K3 has finished off Chatamin, and Neo has also joined the fray. Oh, this is it. This is the end of the road. It was a nice try there for Killers. Calf calls the GG in the chat. Chatamin might have had an ace, but at the end of the day, the one who's laughing is Joe Gore. As always, he's dialing back the clock once again, this time paying homage to his time on Direwolves. Psych and Company, another win on the board here in APL.
Well deserved, well played. I will say that Psych and Company had a good read on exactly how to approach it strategically. Fast, explosive, and just honestly, just abuse HL Tori's biggest weakness of playing for map control and playing close together. They were, you know, besides the 1v5 pucks basically from Shadowman getting the ace, they had no chance in any of these rounds. It was a decisive victory.
Look, let's be real. Even that one round where Chatamin got the ace, that was a Psych and Company round if it wasn't for that crazy retake. So this could have very much been a 7-0, but for Psych and Company, it's their first 7-1 of the stage. If you don't count the one time they got 7-1'd by Weibo. But since then, they've been back with a vengeance, a 7-5 over Fury, the same 7-5 over Elevate. Now a dominant win. Psych and Company have well and truly asserted themselves as a member of the mid-pack. HL Tori sadly cannot say the same. They are the one singular outlier in this league, the only team that's going winless now that both Fury and Psych and Company has started to heat up. Even Elevate, actually, I think Elevate might still be winless, which is kind of crazy to think of. Yeah, indeed, Elevate are still winless. So HL Tari and Elevate both dueling it out at the bottom. They'll have a chance to play, but that will come down to the final play day. That'll be the battle for last place, unless if HLT or Elevate really come back before then. Of course, with Psych and Company taking this win, it means we get the privilege of chatting to my new favorite interviewee, Nebsy. We've got you on the line back again. Welcome back. Lovely to see you again, and don't worry, today I promise I won't forget about your wins because 1, 2, 3, you've been racking them up recently. What the hell's going on? You guys lost to Weibo, and now you're like, actually, no, I think we're the GOATs.
No, we found ourselves, I would like to say. When I came onto this team about a month ago, we were a very aggressive individual playstyle team. And I think attack was definitely something we struggled with. And so while we were, we wanted to win today and we were coming in expecting to win today, it was nice to be able to show up on attack, right? And to show that the area that we did struggle is actually improving, and we are forming an identity of how we want to take a map. And that we are, like I tell the boys all the time, like just play the game in front of you, right? Like as much pre-planning as we can do and as much prep as we can do, right? We saw these guys play yesterday. They can change stuff on a dime. And so I just the message to the guys is play the game in front of you.
So going into today, you knew you're gonna win. I think that's a fair assumption. No ego or anything else, but it's HL Tori up against Cycling Company. You guys should be winning. The question was how decisively, and you guys did it in a very, of course, one-sided affair. Next playdate is against Orchid. That's not gonna be feeling as confident from the get-go, I imagine. What's the big thing? Not revealing any strats, of course, because we can't do that here. But what's the big focus point for you guys going from this playdate into the next one against Orchid?
I think just reps, honestly. Like, we have not gotten to play as much as a 5-stack as we'd like to, right? We do have the core of the people that were on Unreal Nightmare last stage, but at the end of the day, right, we're playing with what feels like 3 new players, and so to be able to just get a week of scrims back under our belt, I mean, it showed from week playday 1 to playday 2 or whatever, that we were able to improve a little bit. So hopefully we see those same improvements. I keep telling the boys, it's a long season ahead of us, right? We still got a bunch of games left, so we can't get too greedy yet.
Double scrims, triple scrims.
No, nothing too crazy. Just consistent.
Okay.
We have some crazy stuff. Like Neon has to take a 3-hour bus ride or train ride to get to the PC cafe that he plays at every time. So we got some grinders on the team for sure. Yeah.
That's insane. I hope he's got a good book to read for the bus. You guys have gone from getting 7-1 on the first playdate to now 7-1ing here in your 4th game. So again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Congratulations, man. You guys are really killing it. I've been so impressed. I want to give you the floor, man. Anything you want to say to the fans that I have no doubt you guys have gained over the last 2 weeks?
I mean, just shout out to the boys back home at NA. I see y'all supporting, and also just in general, right? Like, I appreciate everybody on our team on Cycling Company, right? All these players, it's a fun group of players to be around, right? And every day of scrims is a good time. Everyone's enjoying themselves on game day. We were trying to fake a site on one of the sites, but we ended up having to rehost. So, like, we're never afraid to try some silly stuff, right? Yes. So it's a good time on this team, right? We're able to have some fun while still trying to win, right?
Nice. Love to see it. Well, thank you again for joining us, Nebsy, and good luck with your games next week. It only gets harder from here on out.
Thank you, guys.
True. Yeah.
Bit of a grim way to end it, but of course, yeah, Orchid, Daystar, and Soulsheart are 3 of the upcoming games for Cycling Company, so it's a rough way to end off the group stage, but you never know. With what Cycling have been capable of recently, you just don't want to put anything past them. Of course, our final match of today, Pengu, Elevate, who are still winless, just them and HL Tari winless, and then Orchid, who have gone back-to-back losses to Daystar and Weibo. There's no 2 ways to put this. Both of these teams dramatically need this win.
Yeah, again, we started off this stage with Orchid. They're definitely going to be in there in top 4 and how far can they go. But with recent with Soul, it's a bit of a worrisome sign here saying, are they not as good as we expected from them? And I feel like this match against Elevate, it's time to prove if they're really, really good or if they still got some time to work through the problems.
Very much so. For Elevate, there's so much strife that they need to overcome. For Orchid, it's a chance to prove that they're still in the conversation here, and they're going to need to do it against Elevate. Coming up after this.
high school time. When I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-man, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-man's lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person, like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and I was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those three, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Spheres. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Spheres, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
Never let him get you down. Gonna make it stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아 cause I got my collection 따뜻한 물에 bathe 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져 My cocoa bomb Oh I don't care what they say I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby say it and make it a daily brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby it's alright to be right Goes on and on and on yeah 디투얼 한개 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날 거꾸로서길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날 언어의 문장 사탕 같은 말 숨길 수 없는 payday 고소한 coffee yes we go on and on collect them all but I don't care what they say I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby say it and make it a daily brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby it's alright to be right Goes on and on and on yeah 사라질까 두려워 fight for it To make it stay just fine yeah yeah I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby say it and make it a daily brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want Oh baby it's alright to be right Goes on and on and on yeah
Would you believe it, Pengu? We are officially past the halfway point in the group stage here in APL Asia. We have 7 play days, and it's play day 4 right now, and we've just ticked over the halfway point. We're here for our final match of the night. I feel like APL groups has just gone by like that.
It's been fast. We've seen North, Coast, and Asia for you and I's duos. We've been covering a lot of different teams as well, besides Follow. And I actually wouldn't have believed you when you said it was over the halfway point before I checked it, because, yeah, what happened?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's gone in the blink of an eye. Just like Elevate have through many years of iterations of this roster, the current iteration is as follows. Obviously, playing in APL in the Asia League, with a full Asian roster as opposed to last year when they were with the Brazilian roster. But man, these guys have been through so much. This stage alone, a lot of trials and tribulations. Their first game against Daystar, they stumbled, 7-4 loss. They got obliterated by Weibo 7-0, and even lost to Saikin Company yesterday 7-5, leaving Elevate not just winless, but also with 0 points on the board.
Yep, they gotta step it up to take a little notch here and do a little bit better. And I think today's matchup is gonna be that defining moment. We see the vibes here. Coolly, I see a little bop there. Feeling the music. Of course, there's gonna be some individual star players that have done quite a decent job actually. In High Cal, for example, really stepping up to the level that they need. And speaking of history, there's an era to Elevate, right? Because they've been around for a very, very long time.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, of course, the Berlin Major when they had a Thai roster back in 2022. Not to mention the 6th Invitational 2022 in Sweden when Onigiri broke the single map kill record. Of course, way back at the 2017 Invitational, the very first Invitational, champions, world champions on Xbox. There's Laxing, a very young looking Laxing. Not to mention, of course, later events that the Thai roster went through. They had a Brazilian team for quite some time. They even had an OS team for a short stint that eventually became the Chiefs roster that was the best team in OCE for all of 2021 and 2022. But, of course, now they've got the Asian roster in Asia as opposed to the Brazilian roster in Asia with Psycho and all those that we saw earlier. But, of course, we do need an opposition for Elevate tonight, and it's none other than Team Orchid, this floral cacophony of furious players previously on that Fury team, like Colas leading the way with the star kid himself, one of the best players Thailand has ever produced, Crit J leading the kill front. They were 2 rounds away from qualifying for Salt Lake City in kickoff. Pengu, now they are 2 losses deep, and the temperature is rising.
At a Toffee, a 3-7 loss to Daystar, and a 3-7 loss to Weibo. The upside is it's only gonna get easier from this point forward. They're missing to face up against Elevate, Saikin Company, hold up, where am I? And of course, Soul's Heart. And then to wrap off at the very end, it's Fury. So it's gonna get a little bit easier and easier by play day, but it can damage your mental when you have like a really rough week and you go, okay guys, that was rough. We gotta make a ton of changes, roles, operators, we gotta change our prep work. I think if you're Orchid, just realize you play against the 2 best teams in the region. Don't change too much. Just believe in the system. I think it's too late to change it in the middle of the stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think the key thing for Orchid here is just to recompose, because if they do slip out of that top 4, they won't make it to stage finals. And obviously they've got a hard game against Soul's Heart coming up in the second last match of the stage. They've also got Saikin Company coming up, and who knows what kind of an upset they could pull off. But of course, we're going to have to go to a map veto here between these 2 teams. Elevate desperately looking for any map they could possibly win. They've tried 3 different maps so far. It's either going to be Bank or Lair. It's going to be Lair. I'm telling you right now. APAC Lair League. Man. That's the Asia Pacific Lair. That's where we are right now. Orchid have already played it twice. Elevate not yet as of yet. Let's dig into this game and see if a 4th different map in their pool is going to change Elevate's fortunes. Orchid going back for a 3rd time. We know they like to play this game on this map, and we know that they are hungry to get back. Another strike on the win column for Elevate. They'll be looking for their first. Let's dig into this, Pengu. It's Elevate taking on Team Orchid.
I'm going to put in my request for the APL teams, okay? Let's take a breather. next time James and I cast when it comes to lair. Let's go to some clubhouse, okay? Let's go to a little bit of cafe. I've seen like barely any of that recently. Let's get more fortress in there, by the way.
Bank, bro. Bank.
Bank's always a good fun. We've had some bank though. We've already had. I've had a single clubhouse game. We've had one. We've had one consulate. Yep. And we've had, I think we've cast one clubhouse.
We definitely had a cafe. We definitely did a cafe. I remember.
We have done one cafe. But like, we need more of it. Instead, we've gotten like 5 layers. That's too much of layer.
I'll take bloody Oregon at this point. Just kidding.
No, Oregon, you know, we talked about when did LA get reworked and we're both way off the mark there. We did not remember it correctly. I am just glad that Oregon is gone. And if they reworked it and did some changes, I will welcome it back with open arms. I do not miss the current version of that map. I do not. I played and ranked enough. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I'm with you actually. I know our producer Sky for tonight, he loves playing Oregon in ranks, and every time I queue with him, I'm like, please Sky, please can we ban Oregon? He's like, no, we're banning Consulate, we're banning bloody Lair, Labs. They'll ban Fortress, and I'm like, man, come on.
Don't be a pushover. Like, he might be your boss tonight, but when the ranked trenches begin, you'll be his superior. You'll say, you know what, Alex, you listen up, your buddy.
It's whoever's top fragging gets to choose.
5 seconds left.
Which is about...
Yeah,
well, we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes I have a good night, sometimes I have a bad night. Same for
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Not bad for James. Okay. Yeah.
Our producer's talking some smack in our ears. You guys don't need to hear what the producer's talking about.
We'll have to get the group together, you know. Imagine the entire, like, APL crew. You know, Jake and Gus, you and me, get Alex on there. Run some 5-man rank because we are at vastly, like, 5 different skill levels, most likely. Or 4 different skill levels at least.
Absolutely.
That could be hilarious.
Playing ranked with Xenox is an experience.
I could imagine it being like the most chaotic thing ever.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, let's bring it back in. I can guarantee you every single one of these rounds from Elevate and Orchid will be miles ahead of what that rank stack would be able to achieve. This is an ambitious pick from Crit J, trying to just desperately find some shots through the floor. He needs to have some kind of lateral pressure as well from the rest of his team to get that kill.
And the pressure is technically there, but like Hollis doesn't want to go too deep inside the building. And IKEL, I spoke of him early, mentioning star players, takes down Crit J. Shibit takes down Peeps. Here, Blitz coming for the push. Hollis wants to 1v1.
Oh,
and he gets shot down.
Nice. That's my young Singaporean gunner. He's even going to answer his phone. He has to do so, otherwise he will die. Tolji with a quick peek as well. Old man still got it. It's Exarlotic against 4. Tolji recomposing. Oh, that's the wrong way, my friends. Exarlotic makes it look winnable. The gas is going to force him back. Now the flank's coming up. Brings out the pistol. He is 1 HP, but he takes down in Haikal. Hold the phone for a second here, Pengu. This might be winnable.
I'm not holding
Hysterics
anything.
is kind of low. That DMR might actually kill him or down him in one shot.
2 Toxic Babes, a C4, a decent crossfire. He does have 1 grenade with the gadget that could actually net him 1 kill if he lands it correctly. But he has to guess in the exact whereabouts.
Yeah, the big problem here, I think, is the gas from Smoke, because he can't afford to even stand in it for a second. Nitrocell is prepped. He can't afford to get too close to it, because he'll just die. Okay, there we go. All the util is blown from the defense. This is actually huge. This is very winnable. I think 2, maybe 3 bullets from Exarlotic, and he can get this.
Oh, he goes in for the vault, has to get the free fire, doesn't connect. Hysterics is better. We're seeing the veterans that returned back recently getting kills in the very first round. Told you start off with a nice 1-tap, and Hysterics gets the final kill.
Yeah, nice to see after Hysterics and Tolji have had some of the worst performances I've seen from any player in APL in some of their games so far. I think I saw a stat thrown around that Tolji's EPS in that Weibo game was like 20 or something ridiculous like that. I didn't even know they went that low. Great start from Haikal though. Not enough respect from Lycolis there going for the ADS fight. If Lycolis had won that, would have been a bit of a different story, especially with how well Exarlotic played that.
Pew pew. Didn't really take a look at the upper defense actually. I kind of skipped over it. But the Monty Graham, the Kai Goyo.
Thoughts on the Goya?
Yeah, I was actually sitting on that for a second. I quite enjoy it. We often see teams ban, the smoke or to Shangar, sometimes both. And that's more like directional, we want to deny this area with active gadgets. But the Goyo is almost like a trap denial, right? You put 4 cannons down in prep phase, and they can... and I can go kill! It's the specialty right there from Elevate. It never fails, actually. He has been phenomenal. But the Goyo is like you pre-place it, and you can just pop them as any defender. So even if, like, you're smoked out or whatever, the Goyo survive. Hey, what did Cooley say? NHI Cal go kill? He listened. Spawn peaked like Colet's on the Dokkaebi, no less. And with Goyo being banned away, it buys the attacks a bit more time. But when you lose these opening engagements, that time that the Goyo ban gives you, you lose. Okay. I mean, what the hell, man? What is this?
One of those. It's just one of those games. Orchid, if you let NHI run around on you like this, then you're going to look very silly. Elevate are hungrier than ever to try and turn their stage around. And yeah, he's still hungry for all of these peaks. Have you seen... I noticed a tweet from NHI the other day. I'm going to see if I can find it. Do you follow NHI on Twitter?
Good question. I feel like I do, but I haven't seen the tweet that you're referencing. Let me see here.
So he said, first of all, I want to say sorry to Elevate fans and everyone supporting us. We've had really bad performances. No excuses. We will bounce back stronger for the next few games. I thought I'd seen an even more deadly one from that where he was saying, like, we were really bad, guys. Time to bounce back stronger is what he said, but, definitely a lot of fire from him. He needs a win.
Oh,
he's dead.
Does he follow you though? That's the question.
Probably.
He follows me.
Really care. I'm kind of nonchalant about these things.
Oh, you asked me if I follow him, but I can't ask if he follows you. I see how it is. Oh well, you know what I like to do? I like to follow someone, then they follow me back, and I unfollow them. That's the real order. No, I don't actually do that. But
you're such a scumbag. I know. Sometimes I get a follow and I'm like, you already followed me. You just unfollowed and then refollowed because you wanted me to follow you back.
There was one person for like 6 months, like maybe like once a week would do it. And I DM him, I was like, I see what you're doing. Like you followed me like 20 times. What are you doing? And I called them out and they're like, oh, sorry. I was just trying to see if you followed me back. And I was like, no, like that's not how it works.
I love that. I do love that. All right, Hysterics. Nice. BG Man's down. Man, Orchid are looking very amateur today. They've got to be careful. Like I said, Elevate winless. Are very hungry. Hungrier than ever for a win. Orchid desperately need it. Nice shot from Peeps. Tiny bit of damage on the Shibe through the wall. 1v3 down from a 1v4. Not looking very winnable.
Nope. Here are the crosses. The swinging south. Blue camera go for the yellow pings. But look at this. Dangerous. Shibe pushes in, and Kuli says, NHI go kill. He got these two. Yeah, he did. And it's turning the entire conversation around from how good can Orchid be in the attacks to how well can Elevate disrupt them from even getting the damn building.
Much needed here from Team Orchid. Take that tactical timeout. The one thing I do wonder, Orchid looking a little bit less strong this stage. Is that partly due to the fact that I'm pretty sure they don't have any support staff, or at least not many support staff? Of course, coming into Team Orchid as an organization, they parted ways with Vaughn, Mad Duck Ranger, who's now working with HLT. On the roster sheet that I've got, they've got Producer Boom, who is an OG type player, as their coach. But I just happened to notice he's not connected to the face cams for all of these coaches timeouts like we have for a lot of the other ones. I'll speak to the admins and see if I can get any more ins. It could be. I'll speak to the admins because, of course, they would know whether we have that 6th person joining the VMix call for all of the, and the TeamSpeak call for all of this, all the tactical timeouts and such. But yeah, I definitely feel like they need that help right now.
Attackers need to locate.
It's always nice with a neutral set of eyes that can just, like, without the emotion attached to it, say, guys, this is what I see, this is what I hear, these are the problems. Because when you are a player on the server, you have all that emotion, you have all that involvement and investment, and it changes things, and you have a certain bias. Like, let's say that you have like you go 0-5, right? You're having a hard time. You think it's super unfun. You think it's a hard map to play. But your teammate who's 10-0, who's just like flying on the server, he thinks the opposite. Very big bias. Having that coach and the external factor saying, guys, I know it sucks for you to play it. I know you're having a great time. This is like the middle ground of why it feels kind of hard for you and why it doesn't feel hard for your teammate. You need more support. You're not getting like the ADSs, for example, for your positioning. You're not having people watch the cameras for you. Meanwhile, your teammate who's 10-0 is just like running around the building as like a +1 Vitu and just spawn peeking. So it's nice to get the whole perspective from the top down.
I have confirmation Producer Boom is in TeamSpeak for the tactical timeouts. We just don't have the camera for him, sadly. I don't know why he's so camera shy.
Gotta get on that. Gotta fix it. Gotta ship him a camera. Okay.
Well, that timeout done. Orchid have had a chance to talk things through. We're cooking up an attack onto a tertiary bomb site. You see the Blitz make an appearance. Let's hope Lycolis doesn't lose any ADS fights this time around. No sense for the execute, Pengu. And the only hard breach being the thermite. Hard breach actually ends up being surprisingly important on this top floor clear when it's a tertiary bomb site because you really need to get that breach into server.
Very little contest here from Elevate, letting them have a lot of the map control. Just kind of bunkering inside of one particular room. That's right here, the server room, the display window, and APL opening pig. It's totally traded back, even blows 4v4. Losing immune for a thermite. Today favors the attack, but here comes that main push.
She-bait. A good spot here to crossfire with Hysterics. Peeps though. Finish up bucket. Oh, big Nitro. Wow! Quick reaction from Lycolis to face the Nitro Cell and make sure he can tank the damage with his shield and high cal against the world. Orchid finally around on the board.
Okay, that was a very decisive victory, just kind of out of nowhere. Great job from Lycolis in the Blitz just to get the information, survive, even go in there for a kill with a flash. They're waiting for Warden's Gadget to run out of juice, essentially. It did get a buff, I believe, recently where it has like a 3-second longer duration, I think. Maybe that's just like Solar Stone operators. But either way, you can wait it out. It doesn't last forever. It has to recharge. And they end up winning the round because of it. They get the first round of their own. 2-1. Now looking for an operator ban. It's going to be Echo and Dokkaebi being target banned away. See, Echo getting played a lot frequently and also getting banned away now. Something has definitely shifted. One thing is the shields being very present, the Echo can stop it. Another one here is you're banning the Goyo and the Echo. Again, it's two separate ways of getting the plant down a lot easier on the server and going for a faster take. And ironically, Orchid has never been in a plant position despite those operators being banned away.
It's true. I do like the idea of the Dokkaebi ban though because Orchid have played it every round. We did have Echo on the final round. And you're right, a lot of these operators come down to plant denial potential like that Echo, but these days people are using the Echo very aggressively as a shield counter, and if anything the Echo ban tells me Orchid just want to keep running with these shields, and it looks like Lycolis thought about the Blackbeard for a second at the moment. He's teetering on the edge of the Blitz.
10 seconds to go.
I really feel like Orchid would just love the Monty here. They're just, Lycolis just doesn't seem as comfortable on these other shields. That said, last round was just fine. But we'll see how they go on the top floor. Very different kettle of fish. And the first round was very grim from them. They were pretty much shut down in the first minute and a half of the round. And it was almost flawless if it wasn't for Exilotix exit frags.
Speaking of the denial, trying to get endless smoke. Together with the Warden being played almost every round, it just gives you that in case off button for the glass, for the ying, for the smokes, the flashes. Still no hot breach being done by Explodic on the Striker. Has the can opener and the grenades as well. So you can do a lot of explosive damage here, both to gadgets, players, and the walls. Meanwhile, we have Peeps doing a solo lurk job with a solid snake. All clear. Just use the gadget every once in a while, see if it's clear. It is. Okay, continue forward. Make sure that you just kind of take a pause as it recharges. When it blinks yellow, it's a camera in that circle being watched actively. And if it's red, there'll be a player in close proximity instead. Oh, Barcode shot all the ADSs on main stairs. So we just saw in the replay on the small picture there. Sometimes when you make a rotate, you do some damage to friendly devices on the side of the building or the wall. You don't damage your teammate from the health perspective, but you do destroy gadgets in first place.
It's a tilter. You can also destroy, by accident, when making rotates, the gas pipes. I always do that on Clubhouse when I'm making the bathroom rotate. Oh, here we go. Barcode's about to get absolutely shafted. What? Critchay! You almost fluffed that up, my friends. Oh, well. A kill is a kill is a kill. Barcode to die on the smoke so early. That is just such a huge question mark. Such a huge mistake from Elevate.
He felt he needed to make a play, and it wasn't necessary. Not as a smoke operator, and that killed down as well. That's the usual playmaking player. So we Critchay with the Vert. The demo was very successful. Now Timorki can just kind of restabilize the push, get Critchay up a staircase, perhaps in 3, 2, 1, hit the side together. Final Demo's tracker to go out, targeting to Shanghai.
Yeah, Tolji's really getting detected now. He's also targeted by the Solid Snake. Oh, here we go. Open up that hatch. Knife kill. That's a beautiful way to get the job done for Critchay. That is a critical moment for Team Orchid. Now a retake attempt. Hysterics and Shibe. Hysterics, what have you got for us? Because you're the last man standing. They know exactly where you are. A little bit of a spray from Peeps with that F2. Bit of damage done both ways, but out comes the pistol. And Orchid are running it back 2 in a row.
Looking mighty fine. I can't lie. These attacks, they've shifted. It's all down to Deimos. He's finding good picks early on. And IKL not finding the same kind of success anymore. He was so lethal in the first 2 or 3 rounds.
He's opening pick 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, there it is. And this is the issue with operators like your Deimos, your Dokkaebi, etc. When you have one player pop off, you just say, nope, not anymore. And it's forcing this kind of awkward operator lineup for Elevate. Because if you want to deal with the Deimos track, you have one option here. Well, you have 2. You have 2 Brow that can freeze the gadget. Or you can play, well, NIKL could play the Vigil himself, but like, you bring nothing to the team anymore. So I feel like mute or 2 Brow, at least you can now interact with other things, whether it's like, you know, reinforced walls, slowing down a shield, stopping anyone else being detected with the solar canister, that is, or the jammers that can be put in different positions. You also get a C4, of course. But then you also want to play stuff like your shield counter or your plant denier. They're playing Warden every single round. When you have all these different options all of a sudden, you're stretching the defense very thin. I think they're very thankful in this case for Goyo being banned away, because you'd also probably want to play the Goyo if it was open for you, but it's not.
2 more rounds left in the half. And if Orchid keep this up, they'll run away with it. If they get 4 rounds on the attack, I'd be pretty scared for Elevate. Even 3-3 here might not be enough for Elevate on the defensive side. I know that Orchid recently have looked much more comfy on defense. So in that second half, things will change. Peeps taking quick map control with the Solid Snake. It's the danger of banning out the Grim. Is you leave more of those Deimos. Oh wait, what is this?
What?
Oh, as if the ego chow from NIKL. You really should have learned your lesson after you didn't get the headshot on that first spray. Critchay punishes him and says, "Bro, time to get in the old chat." Oh, what did he?
Like,
I want to know what he said. What was he gonna say? He clearly typed something else out and then deleted it.
He was like, "Nah,
stop pig."
Stop pig." I mean, I don't fault him for writing that, because it feels like Elevate went into this game saying we're playing a 4+1 strat, full out. NIKL will do whatever he would like to, and then the rest of the squad, you will work together. And it worked out in the beginning. Now NIKL is 5-5, so you know, he's even, not into the world, but they're playing a lot of these rounds 4 versus 5. When NIKL keeps forcing the blitz, now Critchay on the glass, it's not a fair fight for the rest of the gunfights. So you really wish you had that 5th player alive. They do not. NIKL also playing an active secondary gadget in the C4. That's just in the grave now. Like you just don't have it.
Frag grenade!
He could have played a BP camera, but he wasn't.
Yeah, the only operator here that realistically you can afford to lose early on and not lose much gadget value is the Legion. But even then, you're still losing the extra goo traps. Nice peek there onto the Legion, funnily enough. As I say his name, Mysterix is cursed. Peeps takes him down. Good trade from Barcode on the smoke. Upstairs, the presence is felt. However, Barcode's found Lycolis. The diffuser plan, I believe it was faked for a brief moment. I don't know how Barcode got the angle. It must have been vertically. Oh, it seems to be a bit of a flank. Nice try. Good read from Critchay. Gets the info on both of them, but both Orchid players are very low on HP. Barcode, one bullet from the SMG-11, one whiff of gas, and he can take down both of these players from Team Orchid. They have to play this perfectly.
Oh, Smoke will be good. Oh, it injures him. That's massive.
1v1.
Into the 1v1.
Critchay opened this Pengu. He's got to finish it now. But pretty much anywhere he can plant, Barcode can deny it. He's got to go all the way deep inside the cupboard. There is literally not a single place safe to plant. Wait, what is... Oh my god! I don't think he was trying to plant. I think he was trying to bake it. What am I watching? Coolly, what are you smoking, my friend? I want what he's having.
So this is like a time of his life right now, watching the boys play the game.
Oh my god.
I was holding my breath. I mean, what a phenomenal clutch. The shotgun pump to break the floor, toss down the smoke grenade, and then just a one tick injures the thermite who was planting. It started off with a big question mark, and this entire game will continue in that fashion. What the hell is going on?
Oh,
this double
chaos
flank as well, so unnecessary.
Very chaotic, man. The fact that Critchay almost could have won that. I mean, during the drop there, that's a hip fire. If Critchay had gotten off that slightly earlier, baited that out. Well, what if? What if Elevate come away with this half a 4-2 split? I feel like that's not a half bad shout.
It's not a bad shot, but like the way the rounds have played out has been domination for Elevate. Then Team Orchid strike back and they're looking super strong. And then it's a question mark of a round. I can't tell who's actually supposed to get the round. Is it a 3-3? Is it a 4-2? Because either team could have had that result. Either way, it's a huge clutch that gets Elevate at least an even half worst case scenario. Orchid looking very good to tie it up again, though. Again, they've been phenomenal getting in trees and continuing through, approaching the bomb side. And if NIKL actually stays alive for the first 30 seconds, which you will hear in a second, that's gonna be the most stable round of it in a while.
Is it 30 seconds, Nick?
Yep.
I think bleeding
that means pretty good.
Critchay's
Ram Rush.
This is
Solid
I
Snake
like
takes
this
the gadget
combo.
from close
Yeah.
proximity.
Solid Snake can check its
pop
split.
it and go. But there's no lion. I would love to see a lion if you're gonna commit to this. And they see the player as well. They're not gonna go for it. But I like the fact that you have the Ram, which obviously going to be the vertical operator for the clear. And then you think, oh guys, if it's clear with the Solid Snake gadget, then we make this play instead. If there's a player, we go back to plan A. I like that approach. There's a reasoning for either scenario. And because it's too risky, they'll just go back to the original plan.
Oh, this is a 50-50 fight, but NHiKal has been winning most of his 50-50s. Oh, good Nitro Cell. Well read, though, by Peeps. He sprints away, and NHiKal does the same. Peeps still can always just get out that gadget, get the info on where NHiKal is. Meanwhile, Orchid starting to take some control. Warehouse for BG. And eventually NHiKal loses his fight. Minute and a half into the round, but he does fall. And that gives a lot of space now to Orchid on this roam clear. And of course, if Critchay makes his way into the building, he can start mincing up that floor and really exposing these side anchors.
Great job here at Burning Util. Again, the Goyo ban and Echo ban is not really coming to affect the last couple of rounds. And we're swinging, we're looking, and we're dying. Told you in the first round, I got a one-tap as Maestro, the ACS 12 stock study.
Oh.
Since then, hasn't found a thing. Good trade, but again, it favors Team Orchid in a 4v1.
Risky choice there from Mysterix to swing with the super shorty. Great flashbang and peek from Critchay. Team Orchid might have started a little rough, but they recompose. It's an even split at the end of the half.
Yeah, 10 out of 10, let's wait. I've been going big on the pigs out of state. on my place. I rep so heavy, attack when I take. Still I'm on that for the long run. That name that you got, say the right one. Don't try me, I rap like a python. Had enough of the talk, let be hustling. Got my name up, came up off of nothing. Jersey gon' hang up like Jane, cause I'm chosen. Need my necklace and wrists sit frozen. Getting bread out the game like I throwed it. It don't make me no bigger to show it. The stack, cause I'm here for the trophy. Made it law where they cannot appeal. Show them nothing less than all the real. What you think it cost me out the deal? All I know is how I came in from the door. Since a touchdown, all they want is more. Now I'm known to the world, I ain't tryna feel. Just run it up till I hit. My money grown, project grown, feel at home. Got the juice, minute made. I'm calling game in his face. Soon as Slim hit a J, renegade. My people long, won't be long till we all sitting on center stage, getting right off what I do. I know they getting tight off how I move. I still ain't did a write-off on these juniors yet. I never even claimed that we was cool. Really, I was just playing it by the rules. Still moving like gang, got nothing to lose. But most of them won't know until I show them, and that's why I'm just trying to keep it smooth. Did it all of my prior just to prove that I can make it all real without they rules. And for the haul, I don't plan on stopping soon. All I know is how I came in from the door. Since a touchdown, all they want is more. Now I'm known to the world, I ain't tryna feel. Just run it up till I hit a meal. 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 Just run it up till I hit a meal.
Team Orchid might have started a bit slow on the server, but they are fired up and they have really found their stride on the attack. The only bummer about kind of figuring it out eventually is side swap happens. And now you gotta figure out it from the defensive side, and you might not know what your opponent's going to do if you haven't done the best prep work possible, or if your enemy is going into this with a new game plan. And looking at Elevate's defenses and NIKL go kill strategy, I feel like this is Elevate trying to do something out of the usual norm and turning up to 110% to try and throw Team Orchid off their confidence, if you will.
My question, Pengu, is there's going to be one guy I'm looking at in the start of this round on the attacking side. Maybe in the cams that we're looking at Cooley. He certainly makes his presence known. But look, NIKL first 40 seconds of this next attack round. I want to know what the heck he's doing. Oh, he's haunting us. He's haunting us.
No, it's been if you just tuned in as a viewer, NIKL got... Did he get all these 5 kills in the first 2 rounds? Is that what happened? Like something like that, right?
3 rounds, I think,
it was
yeah.
3? Okay, 3. Oh, yeah, there's 3 opening kills, yeah. So 3 rounds, he gets 5 kills, bunch of openings, kind of solo wins the round, no big deal. And then he died 6 times in a row. And that was really it. So we gotta see what he can do in the attack, because you play a much more pivotal operator, pivotal role. Right now on Bok, for example, only he can do the vertical damage from beneath. Only he can gotta go in and do some solo roam clearing. Everybody else has so much, util that has to be enabled later in the round. The Capital, the Grim, the Half Reaching, the Flores. This takes time to get online. So NIKL has to, as we see here, be that injured player. And he's getting droned right now from Tolja and the Thermite, thankfully. And then when his teammates are ready, he can start balking from beneath and help his teammate progress step by step.
Hello there. Like all this is waiting for that drone. Fortunately, though, Historics is able to detonate the Rotero before it gets shot, and they'll destroy the barbed wire at least. Also a little bit of vert, which kind of works both ways, not necessarily an advantage to the attacking side. Good progress now from Barcode as he can open this long angle and prevent that extra aggression through the hallway. Late round, though, is going to be awkward for Elevate, especially a player down, losing a behemoth of utility on that Capital, but there's also plenty of util here. Tachanka, Fire, the Tuber out to stall out the breach, Tachanka to deny the plan. They're doubling up Ella Thorn for traps. On top of all of that, the Azami. Late round is going to be so hard, and guess what? No DMRs on Elevate, Pengu. They're about to lose NIKL on the vert as well if he's not too careful. The lack of DMRs here means that they're going to really struggle to clear BG Man's keeper barriers.
Yep. And losing just like so much utility and time as well. I mean, and IKEL is waiting, right? He needs his teammates to get into the next step so he can start helping them from beneath. So it's a bit of a stalemate. Now we see him moving on over. Probably gonna get the gadget ready for round 2. They're gonna clear that desk position first, then start looking for the deployable shield most likely. Actually, IKEL is going towards the. Is both out or is he gonna come back? Oh, you're gonna come back in. Okay, there we go. That gives him the cut-off potential on the rotate. But no one's really peeking these angles.
Oh my god.
For this cheeky head right there.
Oh, another one.
IKEL and sees a second.
Oh. He's close. He's getting very close here after that first kill. But Crit Chase used the opportunity to get aggressive on main stairs. The Buck looks for another.
Good
Lycolis takes a bit of damage. Heals on back. Yeah, it is good value out of NHiCal, but his team is still numbers dwindling. Thankfully, Shibe finishes off Lycolis. Bit of an overpeak, but a good trade. As Exarlotic brings things back for Orchid, and eventually NHiCal goes down, I believe, to the gas pipe. Nice little play there from BG Man. Told you 1v3, and look at the double stack. Prone on the shore with the shotgun, and the Elder swing. It's Orchid back again, taking the lead.
Looking very good. Not sure what happened in those first 2 rounds. Maybe now they're just paying a bit more respect. How they're playing that defensive round for the majority of it is they're just like avoiding the gunfight. Like NIKL did so much damage to 2 or 3 different defenders, and they're just like running out of the building, not wanting that fight, and just kind of saying, you know, he can be downstairs all he would like to. We control the staircase, we control the hallway. They cannot go for a plant. Just do not feed NIKL any more kills after Peeps went down. Now they go to basement. They bring out a ton of different utility operators here in both the Goyo, the Echo, the Mira. The Leash I'm a huge fan of. A lot of window jump-ins and staircases to be utilized here for the attackers. And the Gumai can easily just pop and give you information, do some damage, slow them down. And a good double hold we saw there at the end. 1 proning and 1 crouched, holding the same angle, ensuring that there is no way to lose that round for Team Orchid.
I love it when we see these funny little stack-ups.
Yep, in the doorways.
Yeah, you got to have one person prone, one person crouching on their face, and one person standing behind the person crouching. That is the ultimate way to hold an angle.
Okay. I call it the Astralis because Astralis, back when they were in the NAL, they, as far as I remember, were like the first team to do this as like a legitimate thing very commonly. Like every time they're in like a 2v1 clutch, they always had a guy crouched and a guy standing, or a guy prone and a guy standing, and holding the same angle. Where a lot of other people would like be left side and right side of like a doorway and then crossfired, they would just double stack the same angle and then just take the fight together. They also would like to, in like a 2v1 again example, let the enemy plant. So they're defending as 2 up against 1 attacker. They let you get the bomb site. They let you plant because now they know where you are. And then they will just advance back in towards the gunfight when he has to play the post. Obviously, it only works if he catches the attacker before it gets to like an outside angle, or it gets to a floor above the bomb site, or has like a really strong hold. But it's a very unique way of doing it, and since Astralis kind of evaporated and went to different rosters and stuff, I haven't really seen that commonly done. Oh,
not as much. BG Man catches Shibe off guard, and NHiCal is able though to finish off Peeps on that roam. And NHiCal really needs to target BG. He's in the critical position that we see held so often by defenders on this bomb site to delay time. He's not the smoke though, so he doesn't have as much ability to mid-game actively retake. I just realized Crit J's also gone for a bit of a re-roam. Exarlotic falls back, and BG Man as well has done so. I'm surprised. He could have burnt a lot more time with his util. I guess he was worried about the vertical angles.
Yeah, I do like that Team Orchid are using so much of the map by willingly rotating around and changing their locations. You don't gotta commit to, you know, just a fight anywhere. You wanna fight around the mirror window, with the Echo Drone support, with a teammate. The drone, though, it spots roughly where the Echo Drone will be in the ceiling. They can maybe deal with that, maybe not. We'll have to see in a moment here. For now, we're waiting. Goyo fire on the staircases. And we gotta try peek it, I guess, because oh, there comes the drone. Good job. So this next scanner as well. They know that it's somewhat clear, but there's that mirror that I spoke about. That's a problem. Can they deal with it? They can Hibana it technically, but Hibana is not in the right location for it.
The time is of the essence here. Barcode throws a smoke. Great pre-fire from NHK. The Singaporean gunner continues to deliver for Elevate. They need him now to tie up the scoreboard. On the defensive side, Orchid need to whittle down that timer and then look to try and deny the plant with these yokais. Like Cola still at least has one up. But the question is, can he, Exalotic, and Critche stay alive long enough to make the most of that value? There's also a Nitro for Exalotic. He can toss that into most of the default plan positions. They know where he is thanks to NHK. Barcode needs to try and find a spot to plant. Wow, this is an unusual spot. This Nitro cell could also surely deny that plant. The yokai into position. The round is won! With 6 players alive in the server, Team Orchid show their experience.
Oh, man. This is gonna go back to a point that you made, James, during yesterday's cast. And you have the Dokkaebi against the Echo. You can yellow ping a yokai drone that'll spot the Echo operator, which enables operators like your Dokkaebi and your Deimos to target them with a gadget. They had no Dokkaebi calls left there at the end of the round. I checked it. It said 0. They should have saved one of them. When you go for that final bumps that execute, you call the Echo. Either he's going to be forced to, let the phone call go through, and then he can't use the gadget ever again for that round, or he has to get off the yokai forced and then answer it and then get back on it. That gives you a window of opportunity to go for a plant. But because it didn't have any of it and never tried to call the Echo in the first place, well, they just simply lose on time. And the real hero here is not just the Echo player himself. Is that the other 2 defenders, they were just not taking gunfights. They were playing in safe positions around the corners, understanding that if we just hide, we can win on time. If they all started swinging and they remembered, oh my god, the last one was an Echo, let's go hunt him down, let's go for kill, that could change the entire round outcome. Yeah, but they couldn't just sprint throughout the bomb site blindly looking for the Echo because there were 2 other people waiting for them. It's genius.
110%. It's all about knowing those win conditions. Nice, very swift entry here from NHK. Bit of tech, the 2 hit on the barricade. So he gets in. Wow, he's so quick. Checks that the camera isn't watching him. Gets to the top of the stairs. He does have a laser, so that might give away his position. He's got to be careful. Like, there are so many times here, Pengu, where his laser is visible. I've gotten so many kills based on those lasers giving people's positions away.
Yep. As I always say this, I actually don't understand why so many pro players want the laser, because it's like 90% of people are doing it. Oh my god! Wait,
Exalotic! He didn't hear about it. Big pick, and now onto the side for NHK. How does Orchid look to try and get this one back? Do they know where he is? Exalotic was the singular player on the bomb site for Orchid.
Yep. That creates a new issue. There's a gap, but they're still attacking top floor. They haven't changed the attacking push. The diffuser isn't going to look for a plant either. They're going to flip the attack to continue upstairs. They don't care about the gap.
2 impacts here for Peeps means that he might be able to 1v1 the Blackbeard, especially if BG Man finds one. Hang on a second.
What?
There's a crossfire. There was all along for Team Orchid. Elevate and HighCal and Tolji are all that remain. In the 2v3, their advantage has slipped through their fingers.
They have 5 Dokkaebi because
oh my god!
Oh my god, they looked the wrong way. A punishment there from NICal. Once again, finds the gap, gets 2 quick kills, and a C4 wasted from BG Man as it finds nothing. The call gonna get answered, and then actually stopped in the very final second, I suppose. Now those last Dokkaebi calls, useless. They can no longer be used.
DMR is a deadly weapon for BG Man. But I think it'll still take 2 shots for both of these players. Tolji's got a lot of HP left. There's the 2 shots needed on NHK. That's the deadliest player to worry about. Now it's just Tolji. Nice work, though. With the final Zodo canister, it slows him down a little bit. Tolji has 1 grenade to work with. Ooh, how does he land that shot? I don't know if that was hipfire or what. BG Man decides to reposition. There's only 2 default cameras for Team Orchid to give info to BG for. No bulletproof on site. Told you might be able to pull off a plant. BG hears it, but he doesn't have a rotate into sight. He has to use the door. He actually does have an angle, though. Surely the swing here from Dolgy has to win it. BG! 1v2! And it's match point for Team Orchid.
Oh my god. Again, another round where you're thinking it's going to be this team winning, then that team winning. That's back and forth. I really thought that Elevate could utilize that opening ping onto Mirror and maybe try and bait a plant downstairs and create a bit of chaos, but they wanted to continue taking top floor control and work the late round angle, only to then, you know, get shut down. And I killed them with 2 great kills, change the conversation. But then Elevate, they expose themselves in the 2v1. They get an individual gunfight, NIKL dies to the verticality of the DMR, and then the round combo changes once more. It's a matter of stability. At Team Orchid, they're making a lot more plays together and then doing the individual heroics when they need to, whereas Elevate are relying on the individual heroics because the teamwork isn't really finding success. It's always NIKL getting 1 kill, 2 kills, somebody finding an opening. It's never, oh my god, 3-2-1 push with the capital and the fire and everything else. So it's almost like a team of 5 versus a team of 1.
It's 3 defenses in a row, by the way, for Orchid. Elevate have not won a round in the second half. I'm looking back on their previous play days. They only won a single attack out of 5 against Daystar on Clubhouse. Against Weibo, they won 0 attacks out of 1 attempt. Against Psych and Company, they won 3 attacks out of 6 attempts. That was on Chalet, though, so a little bit more of an easier map to attack. But attack does seem to be a bit of an issue here for Elevate.
Everyone good? Ari, let's get cracking.
I mean, this looks like more of a full team commitment. NIKL said, guys, let's play fast. And they said, bet. Glass, Ying, Blitz, Lion. This feels a lot more like a full commitment.
Reload.
Let's see if it works out, though. You're up against the Thorn, the Ella. A lot of stopping power as well, the smoke and the Tuberal. You just gotta attack from the right location, but you're doing it while you're knowing where that's gonna be. Because if you can get the main push, not where smoke is playing, for example, that means you can just go for it. But if you find the smoke by accident, you just gotta respect it and slow down the push. Here comes it. Open the window, smoke, it's free, jump on in.
Straight into the barbed wire, that's gonna give so much Q. Into the Thorn Trap. There is so much info here for Orchid. They know exactly where that blitz is. Candela goes forward, and Barcode eliminated. Now the smokes mean very little, and Hysterics misses his smoke. That is not going to give him a vantage point to get inside like Colas now. With the M87, he cleans up Shibe, and Haikal has been the only shining light for Elevate. But after he finds a kill, he's traded back. Tolji, 1v3 opportunity, and he cannot afford to let this pass him by. Team Orchid might have started their campaign in stage 1 with a win, but ever since then, it's been devastation. A rough game against Daystar, another rough game against Weibo. If they are to have any hope of making it to EWC, Orchid need a win under their belt, and I think, Pengu, they're about to find it.
Just waiting for the final kill here. Tolji's still holding on, doesn't go for any swings a minute. But it's a done deal, surely. They're not gonna feed you any kills, are they? I heard this before, it's gonna get popped as well. Doesn't find a single one in the 1v3. Peeps locks in the final one. A convincing game after a sloppy first couple rounds there for Team Orchid.
And a bit of redemption after a sloppy couple of games for Team Orchid. Elevate sadly remain winless. They'll be hanging out with HLT at the very bottom of the standings, while Team Orchid soar up. It's a top 4 looking position for Team Orchid, and hopefully for them, a chance to solidify themselves in the stage finals in the coming weeks. They're not out of the woods yet. They've still got Psych and Company, who look to be in peak form. They also have their Thai rivals in Soul's Heart next week after that, and finishing off, of course, with Fury. There is a world where Orchid still struggles to make it to top 4, but it really comes down to how they fare against Psyken and Soul's Heart. But regardless, no need to worry too much about the future. For now, It's about enjoying the present, and a 7-3 with a dominant defensive half 4 in a row is certainly one way to do it for Crit J and the boys.
Yup, and it's again a full team effort. Crit J, very often the top striker individually, but his teammates aren't far behind him, right? It is very much a full team effort, how they hold the crossfires, how they hold the angles together, and even on that basement defense that we saw, it's about saying, guys, the win con is the echo, don't even go for a fight. And I think you called it 6 players alive in the server when the echo stunned the Dogby with 0 seconds on the planter, and they win the round off of that.
Yeah, love to see it. I think it's moments like that that remind us Orchid are a really good, really smart team. Of course, in the last couple of months, they've made the most roster changes and most changes in general than we've seen from these guys in a very long time. Of course, like Hollis and BG, all the OGs, they brought on some new talent. They're looking to finally refine that, but they are still a long way away from EWC. We've got Lycolis on the phone. Dial him in. Lycolis, it is always such a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations on a big win over Elevate. Be honest, were you ever worried about that game in the first half?
Just a bit. My comment is just like, well, we just have to kill the NI how. That's pretty much it. Like, I believe like the only win condition for Elevate is just like NI call pop off. So after a couple of like round reset, and then we get a score to 3-3, we pretty much like really comfortable with that, because we still got a defense half to play with. And after just like 1 round and 2 rounds with BG Man crushing, I think our mind we're not worried about at all after that.
Okay. I love that you're acknowledging the in-high Cal factor, because my question was actually going to be about that, because it felt like he was just single-handedly destroy you guys the first 2 rounds. But outside of that, you guys had a bit of a rough time going into this game, right? Suffering 2 losses, Daystar, Weibo. Was there any worry about the system that you had for the stage not working and having to make some big changes? Or is it just because, Daystar, Weibo, they're just a better team? If you keep working on the current system, it's going to work eventually against weaker opponents. What was like the vibe there going into this week?
I think there are 2 problems, right? It's how we play and how the enemy play. We made some adjustment. We believe that the way we play, we usually tend to just go on the same side, and it's kind of not working out on the team that are heavily like stacked with YouTube and etc. With player. So we kind of change team up. We want to quit out the player more and fake push, and or maybe just entry in one point to try to get the attention, then move around. We still struggling a bit, because we didn't have much time to track, and it's still new to us. So I think it's kind of hard. It's gonna be hard for sure, versus a team that are good on the outer level. But for today, I think Elevate are not that different from us that much. So you can see it's a couple of reset and we're good to go. Yeah.
Of course, it's only top 4 through to the stage finals, unlike in the past when we've had 6 teams going to the playoffs. Like Hollis, Daystar are looking better than ever. They've already beaten you. Weibo are looking even better than ever. They've already beaten you. Of course, Soul's Heart are your classic rivals. You always come up against them. And then there's Psych and Company, who have actually played really well recently. How do you feel like you're going to be trying to make it to the top 4 when the competition in Asia is so strong?
We just have to beat them all. I think that's pretty much it. Because every team have their weak and strong point, right? I'm not gonna just worry about for specific team. I need to my mentor need to be strong. Just focus on each team individual. Yeah, I don't think I don't think it's that matter for each team. Each team I view them as a strong opponent. Yeah.
Well, good attitude to have, I think, Lycolis. Thanks so much for joining us. Congrats on a big win. And if you guys are lucky, you might be able to go clean sweep from here on out. And hopefully we'll speak to you next play day.
Yeah, hopefully you too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love that guy. Love
Good
Lycolis.
insights.
Yeah.
He gave a bit more away than I thought he would. He did, catch me off guard because I was literally gonna deep dive into like the NICal carry into like Deimos, Dokubi, and targeting him, and he just said it, and I was like, okay, what do I do now? What's my question?
Yeah, 100%. No, I love that from Lycolis. He's always such good value for us here on APL. You know who else is great value? Our MVP for today.
Ooh.
And he might not have won his match, but he certainly had an incredible performance. It's always challenging when you're going up against Weibo, and for I9 to perform as well as he did, it's just classic I9 stuff. He's one of the Thai GOATs for a very good reason. And yeah, man, let's just have a look. If you don't remember that game, it was a 7-4. It was a tight one. Soul's Heart really gave it their all. Unfortunately, not enough to push overtime or take the win over Weibo, but you're playing against Weibo. I9 was certainly not short for highlight moments.
No, he was the reason why that was a close game and why they won so many rounds. He literally had like a 1 versus 2 plus that you see right here, and just a lot of injury kills in general. It came to a point where it's like, dude, if he doesn't get the kills, they're just not gonna win the round. He has to be the playmaker, and he's been around for a very long time, and often he becomes like, the hard support. He's a father now, but no, he's the entry, he's the playmaker, he's the clockshare. He's still playing like his 18-year-old self, but he's no longer 18.
I'm gonna be real, sometimes I wonder what would happen if we consolidated Soul's Heart and Team Orchid and just made a Thai super team. Even the ENC Thai team, which is a mixture of those two teams, you put like Critche and Lycolis on a team with Scatman and I9, and you genuinely it's Freelo. 110% it's Freelo. Of course, this is how the day has gone for us. It was a surprisingly close match between Daystar and Fury. Pegu, if anything, that's my most surprising result today, which sounds crazy, but I am surprised Fury got 5 rounds off Daystar.
I'm gonna take the Weibo versus Soul's Heart. I thought that was gonna be a blowout, especially because they played on border. But Soul's Heart, we saw the MVP of I9. They showed us that they're actually a lot better right now than they might have been last week. And I think today showed us that the top 4 conversation, like you mentioned to Lycolis in the interview, it's still very open. We still don't know for sure who it's gonna be.
Well, we can theorize. Let's look at the standings and figure out 4 play days deep with 3 to go where we think the dust will settle for Weibo. They're not moving, let's be honest. Like, they are staying in first place. The only chance that Weibo has of being knocked out is if Daystar managed to jump over them. But of course, those two teams play in the final match. Saiken Company, they actually lost their first game, if I'm not wrong. Oh, sorry, it's the last, it's the form as the 3 last games in a row. Oh, this is a cool graphic, I didn't even notice. It's crazy to see Saiken is 3 in a row now. Unfortunately for Elevate and Hachitori, yet to get on the board. I wonder though, out of Saiken, Souls and Orchid, which 2 do you realistically think are going to make it through to stage finals?
Oh, I'm not gonna dare make any real predictions myself right now, but it's a great question because it just goes to show that I truly do not know. I feel like every playdate so far in Asia has slightly shifted my mind about well, everyone but Daystar and Weibo, because they're locked in, right? Saiken Company in the first, I think 2 playdays, I was thinking, they don't pass the vibes yet just yet, but then in the most recent 2 playdays and getting some interviews and getting to talk to support staff and such, I feel a lot more comfortable and confident in them going forward.
Who knows? Of course, that wraps up Asia for today. But Pengu, the week of APL isn't done. We have 6 players a week here in APL. Tomorrow, we move over to APAC North, and at the end of the playday, we have an unbelievable banger. It is the best of Korea versus the best of Japan. FearX versus CAG. We'll see you tomorrow night for APAC North. Bye.